Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us and enjoy the conference.
Everyone, welcome to day 2 of the Juneteenth conference. Thank you all so much for spending your weekends with us. We really appreciate it. I definitely want to say, again, like I said, I really appreciate everyone spending your time with us. Even after this conference is over, let's make sure we keep the conversation going. Make sure you follow the presenters. Make sure you, follow up with the organizers and stuff so we could keep all this positive energy and conversation going on. Now, this is track 2. And right now we're going to have a speaker of ours, Dawood Idris. He's going to come on and talk to us about the future of tech and how people could keep in touch as it evolves. So I'm going to fade to the back a little bit, and I'm going to let him take over. And for the next hour or so, he's going to talk to us a little bit about his topic. So I'll let you have it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cecil, for having me. And thanks to everyone who has supported this since yesterday. It's been amazing. And I hope we get to take a lot away. So this talk is actually on the future of technology and how to keep in touch whilst it evolves. This is an essential topic, but let me just take it step by step so that you can just get the gist of what I'm trying to communicate to you. So as tech evolves, 2 years of my career was wasted. I felt bitter, anger, deceived, and tech not being a thing for me. I was trying, I learned, I overlearned, I'll put it, because I went through a series of C#, series of C++, C, Java, and Co. And I was told tech was the place for everyone. I was told that tech was the land of opportunity while living in my country. I don't need to go to anywhere. And I was told that tech would be the thing that would really, get me to my dream job, right? And I felt it was a lie. It was not as they said. So I felt I was deceived at a point because investing 2 years of my career into learning a lot of, languages from here, from one point to another, and not being able to develop something was like, I felt very deceived, right? And I pointed fingers to the institution that trained me, right? I pointed fingers to that institution that gave me the fundamentals of programming, right? In 2014, I was new to programming, right? So I was trained, and I felt like they gave me knowledge which I wasn't supposed to have. They could have given me simple things. That's how I felt, right? So I blamed the institution that trained me. And I wanted to give up, honestly. At a point, I just felt like it's enough. I mean, wasting 1 year, 2 years, I was doing fun stuff, but it wasn't about fun. I wanted to build something productive for the world, right? I wanted to change. I heard I could change the world with tech, so I wanted to change it. But I knew I still hadn't achieved more, so I kept striving. And I knew that giving up was not an option anymore because, like, wasting 2 years, there was like no point of turning back, right? So giving back was not an option. And I was just, lucky to have met my savior. I had a friend who said, stop everything. Stop learning everything you are learning right now, Dawood. Let's start afresh, right? And that was a refreshing moment for me. That was like so much power for me, right? And this friend name is called Kati France, okay? So Kati, we met in 2016. Kati was studying in a university of Russia, and he was studying aerospace engineering. And in 2015, Kati said that around 2015, he had never heard of programming, or he had never been introduced to programming. Let's keep it that way. So when he got to Russia, he was from Cameroon. So when he got to Russia, he tried, he studied, a lot. And whilst in Russia, he felt, lonely, right? So loneliness led him to be curious, search on the internet for, informations. And he came across programming, and then he came across some links. He clicked on them, and then he found, golden, opportunity, golden resource, which was Laracast. So Laracast is actually a website, laracast.com. Just key it into your browser, and it's managed by Jeffrey Way. Jeffrey Way is a PHP, is a software engineer, I think web developer, so to say, and he is well vested in PHP, Node.js, and all the stuff. So Kati was lucky to find this golden opportunity. The very year that he went online and searched for it, he was able to get a link that could lead him to learn whatever he wanted to learn. That was 2015, right? And by 2016, when I met Kati was building applications like Facebook clone, YouTube clone, this kind of stuff, and it was amazing, right? And when I heard Kati telling me that I had never heard of programming in 2015. I was like, wow. So you mean you just took that like 1 year to be able to do all this stuff? He said, yes. And I was like, okay, so it means I never met, the right resources. Maybe that is why. So Kati introduced me to Laracast. So I stopped learning for 4 months. I didn't go to any of the languages I used to do, the Visual Basic.net, all the languages I used to do, I stopped, okay? And I followed the rules of Kati. So I registered, took a course, took foundation to PHP. I was doing PHP, but I wasn't doing object-oriented PHP. But when I went to Laracast, there was object-oriented PHP there, right? So I took a course on that, and that even opened, my mind to understand what exactly object-oriented is about, right? So I followed it for like 4 months. And after that, I knew, okay, Dawood, now I am whom I wanted to be. Like, I'm on a path now. I'm on the right path. So I was lucky to have found, Kati, and Kati was, my savior. Now, the point is, what are you up to, right? It's not about me. It's the story. I'm relating the story so that you could pick something from it. But the point is, what can you also, take away from my, lessons that I learned? Over 2 years of wasting time to learn many languages which were making sense to me. I was just, learning. And the fun thing is that, when you're learning coding, you just keep doing this calculator stuff. And then they are fun. You're making progress, but that is not essentially what you are supposed to do, right? You are supposed to build something that could potentially have, a change on someone, at least one person's life, right? So let me just zoom in a bit and then show you this, all right? So in here, I'm just going to take this as an example. I have how to become a backend developer. I'm a backend developer, so I would go with this path, okay? So imagine that you are a backend developer. Let me just zoom out, give a credit to this guy, okay? Oops. Okay, I'm not able to go back. Just a minute. Zoom back again. Okay, cool. So I went through online to find guidance, right? Because I wanted to give you the best. So I went online, did some Bing search, and then I came across this article written by this guy here we never met before, and I was like, okay, this is exactly what I learned, right, to become who I am today, right? So essentially sharing that with you would really be of help. So let's just zoom in again so that you could see it clear. Okay, let me zoom again. Okay, so pick it up right from here. So this can be quite confusing, but as always, when you see a map, look for the legend. So personal recommendation, possibilities, and pick any. You can see, so the yellow talks about the personal recommendation from the guy, which I think I actually agree with, this path that he drew for how to become a back-end developer or how to become a web developer in 2017. That's what he said. But I think it still works. Even now, it still works. If you want to become a back-end developer, this is an amazing opportunity for you. So considering that the yellow is a personal recommendation, and the second, which is the hash, would be possibilities, and then the last would be pick any. Okay, so you want to become a backend developer. Okay, let's pick up, let's come to this, the center here, and then you can see we have arrows pointing to 4 different, things that you could pick. So as part of them include PHP 7, it's just PHP, let's say a language, Python, another language, right? And you could pick whether you want Ruby, whether you want Node.js, right, an environment. So you can pick any of this, and just, the mistakes is that when people get started with programming, they hear of a lot of things that people are talking about, and then they get carried away. So he's learning C#, okay, and he hears that, okay, they said Node is the coolest thing in 2019. All right, so I'm just going to pause this. Let's learn Node, right? And then he hears that PHP is the coolest thing now. Then he jumps on it, right? So when you do that, you're not going to get anything from it, right? But if you take your time and pick one of them and master it very well, that is when you get the path. So let me pick the path, among these 4. I'll just choose PHP 7, okay? So imagine that you pick that you want to become a PHP developer. So what would you need? You would need something like a framework, you need a testing, and you will need, package manager. And yeah, so you can see. So we have package manager, we have framework, we have testing, we have debug, profiler over here, all right? So let's assume that you want to become a PHP developer on the Laravel stack. So you pick the framework called Laravel, and you make sure you master PHP 7 first, right? The object-oriented things you need to know and all those stuff, you need to, take grabs of them. Once you are fine with that, you move on to pick, a framework. And when you pick a framework like Laravel, there's some similarity in almost all these guys, okay? So let me just point down here. So you want to become a backend developer. You've chosen a stack. Now, as part of your stack, you would master the testing tools, right? You master the PHP unit, the PHP spec, and all right? And you would pick a framework. You will master the Laravel, the symphonies, and all those stuff. You will try, you don't need to master everything here. That's for sure. So for instance, I only use Laravel and Symfony, right? And I use PHP unit, PHP spec, stuff like that, PSR, and then you also use, package manager. So every PHP developer, not every PHP developer, but every experienced PHP developer should know about Composer, right? So used to install packages when you are developing your application. Okay, and similarly, if you are even in the Node community, then definitely you will know of Yen or NPM. So stuff like that. This is absolutely amazing. Then you pick your stack, you come down here. So when we look down to this path, you can see almost all of them, okay? Almost all these ones. You will be required to know these guys, okay? This guy is right here. So web server, RESTful APIs, you need to know about MVC, model view controller, you need to know about authentication, you need to know about the solid principle case, you need to know about Rex, you need to know about your security, you need to know about, these are things that it's recommended that you know about them, because every web developer deals with a web server. At a point, you build a RESTful APIs, right? Say your backend is supposed to, connect with, an external device or something, application. Then you need API to be developed so that, the external application can consume it, stuff like that. So one thing that you should know very well is that no matter the stack that you choose among this, you will end up here, all right? You will know this web server, this RESTful API, but the MVC pattern, right, is a common thing among all languages. Like whether you are even doing Java, right? I think about 1 month ago, someone got in touch and told me that they've given them assignments in school, and then they were like, okay, I don't know, they should build something, but using the MVC design pattern, right? So whether you like it or not, you would come across this, and then you'll be able to master it, okay? So assuming that you are done choosing a stack, PHP 7, you've mastered your PHP unit, Laravel, PSR, you've mastered your Composer, you are looking for the debugger. So there was one I used to use called Laravel Debugger. And now you come to master, all this stuff, and then you move down to storage. Yeah, because you need to store your data somewhere, right? So every developer would come down to pick up a database. Okay, so in picking up your database, you might choose relational database, right? Or you might choose NoSQL database, right? And with Node, you see MongoDB works very well with that. So with PHP, I would mostly go in for MySQL, right? And also you can learn Postgres, you can learn MariaDB, all this stuff. They are all relational database, and they all have like things in common when you want to choose a storage. So if you have knowledge on SQL, that's like a plus, right? Because essentially you will know all the select or all the join statement that you can make that can fetch the kind of response that you want from your backend, right? So you pick one of this, right? Based on what you are building, you might go in for any of this, all right? And then you need a caching system, right? So that is when you pick Redis or Memcache, okay? And we can now scroll down a bit. You can see the next path is that I just moved on to here and up your game, right? If you want to grow further, then you can come down here, and then now you need to know about search engine optimizations. You need to know about the architecture patterns, and then all those stuff. You just need to learn the different techniques of testing and all those stuff. So once you have knowledge on this stack, you can start building something, right? A lot of people are facing problems because they just don't know this, and they keep studying and studying and studying, and they go nowhere, right? Now, because I'm good at PHP, I'm good at Laravel, I've built applications like ecofeed.com and entervarsity.com and all this stuff. I'm able to, jump to any of this. I can jump to any of this, right? So, for example, right now I'm studying Node.js, and as part of my Node.js stack, probably doing some Express and also some NPM. Yeah, that's for sure. And I mean, any of this that you might choose as your testing environment, you can also, master those stack. So you see, after all, it is not difficult at all. It is just about you picking one, right? And then just like I was doing in my Laravel, my PHP stack, I had Composer. If I go to Node.js, I'll search for a package manager as well, and then pick, the package manager. If I go to .NET, then I'll probably be searching for another package manager, right? NuGet package or something. I mean, there's just some similarities among them. Just master one, master it very well, build projects in it, and then you are able to move to, your next level of, choosing any other thing, right? And once, you understand any of this, like you understand the object-oriented concepts, your Java and everything will now make sense even to you, right? But there's essentially something that we need to talk about, right? Because you need to have like programming skills. You need to have like programming knowledge. So that is when you would have to choose either C, C++, this Java. You need to get your basics right? And once you have your basics, it means that you understand Q and Q, all those stuff that are the basic stuff that you need to know. And this will strengthen your your programming knowledge. It's not required. I don't think it's, I remember one thing, I think I'm not talking too much about Kati, but Kati was, I remember I drew database diagram with SQL, okay, Microsoft SQL. And I sent it to Kati, and Kati was asking me, what is that? Because Kati came straight, as a backend developer, came straight, picks up his PHP, mastered it very well, and he was pro in building, production application, right? And from there, now Kati is also a pro here. I think you should check up on katifrance.com. That should be his site. He has a brand new Node.js tutorial release. It's awesome. I'm going to check up for it. So just check up on it. Okay. Let me zoom in again. So assuming that you are good with this, you've chosen your stack, it means you have, a direction. It means you have a path that now you can follow, right? So we're good. You start building something on your own. Please, if you have any question, just put it in the chat. I'll make sure I have enough minutes at the end to answer some of the questions that you may have, okay? Now, you may ask a question like, how long will it take? to become good in all this stuff, right? And one thing I can say is that starts, each day, maybe 1 hour. Don't do over 1 hour, okay? Just do 1 hour. And maybe in the first week, in the second week, no one is going to tell you to take more, right? Programming is that way. Like, I mean, you always, as you go further, you are angry for more. Then in your third week, fourth week, fifth week, you'll be increasing it like 2 hours, right? It's a good choice. Then you go like, a bit by bit, then you code like 4 hours a day, right? Then you increase it, right? Then you become a good programmer. I don't know, but I do that, right? And once you get addicted to programming, then good job. 5 hours of programming, 6 hours of programming, 7 hours of programming. Whether there is Christmas, there's any celebration, you're always coding, right? You're up in your game, and that's the benefits, right? Now, just to take you just to draw your attention to this, you might think that okay, Dawood is the only one having the problem. He's probably talking about his problems. Trust me, it is not about me. If it was about me, I wouldn't be even here to talk about this in particular. But it's about the tens of people who are out there, right? And we need to help them. So I sent out a survey asking people, why do you think you want to be mentored? Okay. It was a bunch of questions, but this was a mentorship, the question 2 was talking about mentorship. At 45 responses, check this fifth response. It says that it's been 4 years since I started programming, but I don't see improvement. I've been moving from one programming language to another because I have been getting somewhere and no one is there to guide me or mentor me so I could correct my mistakes and perception to move forward. Because of no guidance, I'm still at where I started. Bro, we are talking about 4 years, 4 good years of human being wasted. Actually, initially, I told you I wasted those 2 years. Trust me, it wasn't a waste. I mean, no knowledge. Those knowledge are very valuable, and then they really helped me to who I am today. I'm able to still go back in C++, go back to Java, walk people through codes, all those stuff because I learned, I learned them. So it wasn't a waste, but I felt, I wasted 2 years. Okay, that was before, but not now. So this guy has spent 4 years. Think about it. How many more people are out there that have spent like 2 years of their programming, journey without being able to build anything? It's not supposed to be that way. Let's not look at it to be a norm. It's not supposed to be a norm, right? People are supposed to be able to up their game, right? If they have right guidance, they can actually get to somewhere. So later parts of the presentation, I'm going to talk about, the framework that I've built that can really help people, upskill within 3 months, 4 months of, beginning their tech journey. Okay. And you can read the rest. I mean, I'm much interested in, you getting what I'm trying to communicate to you, right? So we all have a responsibility, to help people. Many people are stuck somewhere. They just need you, right? So I also wanted to understand them further. I asked them, okay, so among these languages, which one do people begin, but not everyone ends, right? Look at this chart, right? You can see that the graph is saying that about 34 people say that they know HTML. Okay, if you know HTML, you need to know CSS, right? Okay, about 28 people said they know CSS, which means we have now 6 people have fallen down, right? God knows where exactly the rest are, right? We don't know how many people keep falling from the tree, right? And so you can see we have PHP, right? 13 people, Laravel, 2. So people actually, they have like, they are learning the HTML thing they are supposed to learn. Probably building the first web page and then sending it to people. But they get stuck and they are waiting for you to help them. So we all have responsibility to take right here, right? Let me go ahead to talk about the shortcuts to programming, okay? I think short and cuts, that should be like, 2 words or something, but never mind. You need to code for 10,000 hours. That's for sure. That's the shortcut to programming. You need to do it. You need to do it over and over. And if you followed my previous slide, I talked about start from 1 hour, increase it to 2 hours, then go to 3 hours, then go to 4 hours. Then you can do it more, right? So I bet I have passed the 10,000 hours already. yeah, that milestone is achieved already because I've been coding. I've been coding every day, like it's my thing, right? There's no single day that you feel that no, I don't want to code. You need to code, right? So yeah, there is no shortcut to programming. If you were looking for it, there's no shortcut. Okay, and maintain consistency. Okay, you started a path. Stick to your path. Specialize in it. Build a project in it. Right. Become experienced in it to an extent that you could list it on your CV and say that okay, I built this particular project and this is what I contributed to that. Right, and it would give you more opportunity that you've been searching for. Right. Um, Now, moving on to what is the framework I'm talking about. Okay, so we need to mentor people, right? We need to help, hold the hand of the other person who is beneath that, and then it continues so that people can actually have their, can reach to the level that we are also getting to, right? So think about this. Okay, I didn't mention earlier that I'm a Microsoft student partner, but yes, I am. So there's this mentorship program, and the feedback that you saw, the histogram, and also the why people wanted to be mentored are some of the applications that applicants send in. It's anonymous, right? So, so this is how I thought of it, right? I thought that okay, people are really out there struggling. I've been organizing workshops, events. I've been teaching people, being online platform like this, talking to people, trying to get them to upskill. But I also thought about okay, build your framework that can allow people to be able to find guidance, right? Maybe mentor them for months and leave them alone. Then they can be on their own. So in the first month requirement, which is a test case, we give them a test that they should complete a cloud, in particular, Azure fundamentals. Okay, so they spend the 1 month on Microsoft Learn, trying to go through all the resources, and then Microsoft Learn has quite cool documentation that you can learn from. So just check on MS Learn, just bing it, and then you should be able to get it. All right. I'm sure it will be shared in the chat so you can find it out. So get on Microsoft Learn, and then in their first month, they go through their learning path, master it, and it gives them a cool idea of what it even takes to build an application, because there are so many terminologies that these guys are exposed to in their first month. Whether they are new, you have experience in programming or not, mostly it's recommended for people who have programming knowledge, but I see this to be a test case for my mentees, right? Second month's requirement is that now we give them a stack, right? They need to just choose, the land stack, or they need to choose their, either they want to go to the Node.js, stack or whatever, and then they can, master their way up, right? So what we do is that Microsoft has really cool, things that can help a lot of people. So there is this, Visual Studio Essential. So if you just have an Outlook account, you can Google or Bing on Visual Studio Essential, and you would have it. You'll be able to apply with your Outlook account, and it gives you like 1 month free Pluralsight trial. It gives you also 1 month free LinkedIn trial. It gives you data camp for 2 months. It gives you some cool, free software that you can use and all this stuff, right? This is absolutely free for you. So in the second month, we tell our mentees that, okay, now each mentor who is assigned to a mentee now get to find out what exactly this guy wants to do, right? They go through a series of conversation, try to come into agreement, and then advise them. Then they pick, a stack. When they pick the stack, we introduce them to the benefit that they can claim. Once they claim their benefits, they'll be able to do more on their own, right? They'll be able to continue their journey. Report back to us. Reporting is also part of the framework that is being designed, okay? So right now, it was called Dawood Idris Mentorship Program. But after doing it for 1 month, 2 months, I shifted it, and I have amazing folks who are on board helping people across the globe right now, from Sambaf, Gomodimo, and Sabia, and a huge amount of people. are helping people they never, they will never meet in their life. But essentially, we need to help people, whether we know them, whether they are black or white, we need to help people, right? Third man requirement is that they build a project. Okay. So with the little knowledge they've gained, we take them through how to build a project in that particular stack. So if you chose PHP, maybe we take a project like, building a simple to-do application so that they get a feel of how to combine whatever they've been able to learn and then become, productive, right? And similarly, we have like the third man's requirement, which allows them to build a project. I mean, it's not enough, right? They need to keep doing, but with the strong fundamentals that we think we are giving them, right, they'll be able to do something amazing. And we are super proud to see some of them had, their cloud certificates already. They have Azure fundamentals certificate, and it's good job to the mentors who are mentoring these mentees, right? So it's been awesome, and I shared this because I thought by sharing it, you could also learn it, maybe improve it, and then mentor people in your community, in your country, wherever you are, so that people can make the most out of their times, right? Now, we've talked about a lot of things. We came all the way from, my story, how people helped me. I'm sure most of you can relate to this as well. But tech is growing. How, you can stay in touch whilst, it's growing. That's the whole point. Okay. On that note, I would actually like to talk about what Microsoft is up to. Okay, Microsoft is up to a lot of things. You recently had May in May, that was 19th to 21st, the Microsoft Build conference. Just being it again on Microsoft Build 2020, and you should find amazing resource if you want to get started. Whatever, you'll be able to find amazing resources that were shared over there. All right, so you get started, and so we have this low code platform. Okay. And with a low code platform, you basically don't need to have low code, no code. You don't have to have programming experience before you are able to build a mobile application today. People are doing it. Huge amount of people who never knew how to program are making it in the industry, right? And my good friend, and we've been looking up to him a lot, that is Sami. So Summit is one of the good people who have been able to use Power Platform to build productive application for his company Heathrow, right, where he works. So with Power Platform, you have something like Power Virtual Agents. You have something like Power Apps. You have something like Power Automate, which allows you to be able to automate business processes. You have Power Virtual Agent, for instance, to build chatbots. You don't need to learn any complex thing, just some drags, and then you need to just understand, what exactly you want to achieve, and then you'll be there, right? And the amazing resource on Microsoft Learn to help you. And I'll talk about communities in a bit, but yeah. So props to my team, MSP Inspired. They did so much well. They actually built, this simple application in one of the hackathons we participated. And to me, it was magical. We are all software developers, Microsoft in software engineering intern, cloud solution architect intern was there, and we came together with all our skills. Then we leverage on the Power Platform. So, folks, if you're a developer, then it means that you even have an upper hand over the tools that what you can do with Power Platform, right? There are things that, trust me, coding it and then pulling it together would take months to be able to do it. With Power Platform, you take like a day to be able to accomplish it, right? So props to Sundareshwar for such a good animation. Salman MKC, one of the folks I work with in MSP Inspire. I asked him out for Azure Cloud Solution Architect. What are some of the things that people need to know? So I essentially asked some folks of, giving me more of what, in their field, what people need to know, right? And So these are some of the few things that he mentioned. So Azure Dev Test Labs, Azure Compute Options, AI solutions. And what is really important is that as I'm here in this slide, let me even take a moment to talk about it. So imagine me being a web developer, right? And I'm not a data scientist. I don't need to learn data science to be able to infuse AI into my application, because that's the future we are talking about. Right now, applications are able to reason, right? So in order to make our applications smart, we need to understand some simple concepts like, infusing AI into our application. And instead of going from scratch to learn it as a web developer, Microsoft has built really cool stuff, right? Check on AI demos, I think .microsoft.com, but just bank AI demos, and I'm sure you should land on a resource that can help you to be able to find, a path, or to be able to understand how this AI whole thing works together, right? Some demos are out there for you. But so you can leverage on the Azure Cognitive Service and then build an AI model, train, and then get APIs to your AI model that you build, and you are able to consume it within your web application. Say, for example, you built an application that allows people to submit feedback, right? And you want to make the most out of those feedback, right? So say you have an AI model that you could just build, and then and you don't need to be a data science, just some drag and drop stuff, whether you are using Azure machine learning or whatever. You'll be able to, it's super easy, and you'll be able to train your model to be able to understand the sentiment of what people, what your customers are saying, and get valuable insight to it, right? And so this is Azure Cognitive Services, right here and available for you. Custom Vision, I think .ai is the link to search for it, and they are cool stuff. I wouldn't want to dive more deeper into all this, but if you want to learn more about this, you can reach out to Salman MKC. I'm sure people in the chat are not really technical inclined, so that is it. Then you also have communities which are available for you, right? If you want to upskill, you are not alone, right? Microsoft has amazing Microsoft Student Partners community, which is becoming Learn Student Ambassadors, right? So you can just search on studentpartners.microsoft.com. You have amazing communities built by MVPs. You have amazing communities from the Power Platform community and all those stuff, which are really willing to help you to build, your tech, career. I remember Donna once tweeted very long time ago, I should say, maybe almost a year ago, that code, code should be like, it should be learned as if, as though we learn English, right? You're just a kid, and then you start learning English as a language. Code should be the basic language for people as well. This is one of the, I'm not quoting her direct, but this is what the content of tweet was about. So, yeah, we all owe people, something, right? People are looking up to us in the community for what we can share with them. And I keep telling my team that, see, no one owes you anything. You owe everyone everything, okay? Say it to yourself, I owe someone something. I need to help someone. And you don't need to know the name of the person. You don't need to know the race of the person. You don't need to know, you just should be focused on how you can help anyone, because if you're able to help someone, like they say, it always comes back to you, right? In the near future. So this is some of the resources I wanted to share with you, and then tell you that reach out to someone. As tech is evolving, you don't have to learn everything. Choose a stack, master it, and then essentially learn tools. Find out some of the cool things that cool companies are building, like Microsoft, or the drag and drop stuff, or the low code, no code environment that is built for you. Leverage your skills on them. And if you want to do some AI fun stuff, you could essentially learn the Azure Cognitive Services to be able to, make your application respond more, right? So I think on this note, I will end my presentation here. Try to see whether you have any question for me in the chat, and I will try picking it up and then deal with it. But yeah, we all owe everyone everything. And I, in the past months, in the past years, have run more than 30 talks in person. Online is now huge. But we also have MS Inspire. You can just check it up on Twitter, MS Inspire, all right? And you'll be able to find amazing, tweets that is coming from us, and some of the weekly sessions that we run to help the community, to help the world to become a better place, right? Essentially, we are contributing to make, empower everyone and every organization to achieve more. So it's not about your reflection, it's what you see beyond it. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'll be opening up if you have any questions.
All right, I think that was a fantastic presentation you just gave. I kind of wish these online sessions had like applause or some type of sound that we can make. If everyone really likes this presentation, like why don't you guys go ahead and give us like some thumbs up, some smiley faces, some applause or something like that, so we could all just let him know how much we really appreciate some of the content he just shared with us today. Yeah. I was just looking through the chat really quickly just to see, some of the questions people are asking, particularly about some of those comments you made about mentorship. And one of the questions that popped up was, I think everyone agrees that mentorship is important, right?
Yeah.
But how do we find good mentors, particularly when it comes to minorities, particularly when it comes to Black people, right? Like, where do we go and find mentors? Like, what's a good resource for us to reach out to?
Yeah. Okay. So I think Microsoft had someone within Microsoft built this app. I might not be able to remember the name, but I promise my Twitter is, permanent and not suspended. So I will make sure to tweet about it. So it has this platform that, connects, I don't know, I think mostly Microsoft employees with, whoever who registers on the application. I don't know how it functions, but essentially I heard the MSP community talking about it, that there's this platform that allows you to, find a good mentor out there to help mentor you, right? But apart from that, I think it's good I'm on this platform talking about mentorship. Essentially, it's a way that people would be able to identify some good folks out there that they might never heard of and are willing to help them, right? So I haven't personally seen platforms like that, but what we are building is exactly finding the good mentors to be able to mentor people. And in particular, we are using the Microsoft Student Partner Community has like a gold student partners, and they are like the highest level of MSPs. They've achieved a lot, and these people are good enough to mentor students, right? And if you are looking for, next step is actually find out MVPs, right? So I do not know this website very well, but I think it should be MVP. I don't know, something like that. But just Google Microsoft or Bing Microsoft MVP, and you'll be able to find out these amazing folks who are, specialized in their field and chosen by Microsoft. And these folks are always available to help you, to mentor you, to get to where exactly you want to get to. And essentially, let me just end it by saying that these folks have been, they've gone through proper scrutiny, right? They've been scrutinized, so they have, what it takes to mentor you. And trust me, when you reach out to that site, you can just search for anyone within your country and then connect with this person through Twitter or something. That should help. But props to most of the Microsoft employees like Cecil and a lot more who are also active on Twitter, right? They are always like available, that you can always, ask questions and then they'll reply you. We have Hank Bowman and many folks out there who are always willing to help.
Yeah, I think those are all really good resources and really good answers. Mentorship for me is always it's not a very linear question to answer, right? Like it's not a simple thing to do. It's simple to ask for, it's not simple to do. Only because I think a lot of the time, particularly for us as Black people, right? Like we want to find people that look like us, people that are local to us, people that we could relate to and have certain types of conversations with that we might not necessarily be comfortable having with other people, right?
Exactly.
I know for me, I live in Florida, and one of the things that I do, or used to when I was younger in my career, was, I used to go to a lot of meetup groups. I used to go to a lot of meetups and organizations and just be like in the environment. You know what I mean? Like start getting comfortable in the environment, start getting comfortable networking and meeting people and those types of things. It's a little bit harder now because we're all online and people are social distancing and things of that nature. But find different groups, right? If you're interested in learning JavaScript or .NET, or if you're interested in learning about machine learning or mobile applications or whatever the case is, find a local meetup group or a local hangout, or I'm sure they have WhatsApp groups and things of that nature. And we have to like break past the fear of being afraid to ask the question. You know what I mean? Because I think that's what happens.
Exactly. I think that's really a problem.
Right. Like we have to not be afraid to.
I agree with you.
I need help. You know what I mean? And I think so. Some of those things are really important. Let me move forward to another question really quickly that someone was posting in the chat earlier, and that was in your first few slides. You had a couple of like different tech stacks and different frameworks and stuff like that. How do you choose what tech stack to start off with? I know this is a very opinionated question, but I'd love to hear your thoughts about like how do you pick one?
Okay, so I think coming from this perspective of how I actually got introduced to Laravel was pretty much straight, right? Because the guy felt like, I had done Java and all those stuff, probably good, but I just don't know how to put the pieces together, right? So he was able to say that, okay, see, I've seen a lot of resources out there, right? But laracast.com has amazing resource. Check out there, right? So I think it's often like, even when you pick, let's just assume that you pick any of them, the next question is how to find resources, good resources to this particular stack that you've chosen, right? And that becomes a problem because if I'm not able to get, for example, I actually didn't learn PHP there. I mean, I was in the Node community before I went to PHP community, but all those MVC and all those stuff did not make sense to me, right? I ran a full course, I was able to pass and all this stuff for passing purpose, but I wanted to build something productive, but I wasn't able to. But let me just take it from this perspective. I think when you start programming, especially web development, you might begin with something like HTML, right? And your next step would be CSS, which is like recommended, right? So that's like basic thing that you need to know. And the next step is that you probably find out about JavaScript, and maybe when you are learning JavaScript, it might be kind of a message might be communicated to you inwards that, okay, JavaScript is pretty not a thing for me. So I think I need to check out for some other thing, right? So yes, there's this kind of, testing that like you try to find what exactly you are interested in and what you think you can learn, right? And that is when you don't have, again, a mentor, right? But if you had a mentor, then the mentor would be able to, might suggest to you, tell you the pros and cons of, what this might take, what you get the idea. And with all the resources available, you might go in for one of them. So to finalize this particular question, on my opinion, is that it doesn't have to do with settling. I don't think, maybe you come in and give your advice, but I don't think it has to do with you testing everything. But sometimes the resources available to you is what is most important. So if I had someone talking about Laracast being good platform and has amazing resource, I think I will check that one up. But I just don't know how to answer it directly. And I think mentors play a role in that particular one. But what would you say about that?
I think a lot of what you said covers like some very fine points, some very specific points that I think are important. So one, I think it's important that, like you said, there are good resources, there's good documentation, there's a good place for you to find information, right? Because if you don't know how to find the information, then you're not going to know how to carry out the different tasks that you want to accomplish, right? So if I can't figure it out by reading or having a reference or something like that, it becomes very difficult. right?
Difficult.
And then we think about like the mental strain, right? Like now you become very frustrated mentally, right? And you start to get upset and I don't want to do this, right? And that's not a good beginning experience for anybody, regardless of however.
That's very true. It's hurts.
Yeah, like regardless of how many years you've been in the industry or whatnot, like it's difficult. I think another important thing that we should do is, let's focus on like what exactly is the task at hand, right? Like you have like a focus. Like what is your focus? And when I say focus, maybe you want to build a web application. Maybe you want to learn web programming. Maybe you want to learn security. Maybe you want to learn mobile development or whatever the case is, right?
Makes sense.
Like, don't just say I want to learn programming. You know what I mean? Like learning programming is like saying like I want to be a doctor.
Yeah.
From the perspective of what kind of doctor do you want to be? You know what I mean? Do you want to be a children's doctor? Do you want to work on cancer? Do you want to, be a family doctor? Like what kind of doctor do you want to be? Like,
I agree. Yeah.
So as interesting as it sounds, and it's like the cool thing to learn how to code, like why do you want to learn how to code and what do you want to do? And I think when you're able to answer some of these questions,
it would lead you to the next answer that you are looking for, right? I think it makes sense.
Yeah, it'll make it easier. Like there's still a lot of options to choose from, but it'll make it easier for you to start.
Say someone has begun hearing more about data science and all those stuff and wants to jump on it. I think then he knows the path that he's choosing is not really just to become a web developer or to just become a software developer, but he wants to become a data science, engineer or something. So therefore, he will know what next step to take, right? If I'm getting you right.
Yeah, exactly.
Agreed. And one last thing I think I tell people is that I see the tech world to be like, it's like a virtual world, right? Which is imitating the actual world. So for example, we have police, we have the military, we have these guys who are in charge of security, right? If you come to the tech world, then we also have something that has to do with, security and guys who are in charge of that, right? So yeah, I agree with you. It's about finding what exactly you want to do, what do you want to become, and then that would lead you to the answers that you want.
Right. Now we have about 8 more minutes just before we got to check out. I'm going to dive into the chat really quick and pull up another question that I want to make sure that we address. And so someone is asking, or someone posted this statement: in tech, it appears that there is a need to constantly update our skills. Taking this into account, how do you stop yourself from overlearning and burning out? So I want to hear what you think about.
Yeah, I should have listened to the talk on how to do everything without burning out or something. I think it was one of these talks that we had from yesterday or today.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday. Am I stuck?
Sure, you ask your people, ask them what exactly do they want to achieve, right? And from there, you'll be able to give the right dosage to them. So how do you keep, yourself without, overlearning is actually choosing a particular stack. If you're able to identify what you want to do, choose that particular stack, right? And for example, when I took the PHP, mastered all these guys here, right? That's not enough. That's like enough to build interactive application. Maybe I might need some JavaScript somewhere, but this would give me all that I need. Then the next step that I need to do is that maybe I've heard of AI and other stuff. I don't need to learn a new thing, right? All I just need to do is to look for some of the future that we are actually heading towards is that lots of, things that we used to do manually or locally is being done in the cloud, and most of this are like a service that we can consume, right? So you do not have to go back to start as fresh, leave your career, No, you just need to look for, okay, what exactly do I need as a web developer in this particular application? Do I need AI? If I need AI, okay, the next step is that do we have any, kind of, software as service or platform as service that I could just, use or something like that. And I'll just go in there and then pick up that without learning, new stuff. This is how actually I think people can avoid over learning, right? That is what I was doing in the first 2 years of my career because I had no stack. So I was learning everything that comes my way, right? But yes, you would have PHP 7.2 today, 7.3. You have ES6. You were learning only JavaScript, then ES6 comes up. Yes, tech is all about updating without a doubt. But if you have a stack, then you keep updating your knowledge in that particular stack.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I think a part of that also lends into that previous question as well, right? Like when you think about like where do I start? Where I start is almost like how do I continue as well,
yeah,
right? Because if you know what your target is, then you know these are the things that I could ignore for the moment.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. Like for me, I most of my career I've built web applications, right?
Yeah.
And with building web applications, you hear things about there's Apache and Nginx, and there's this server and there's this server. And then now we're in a world where people are talking about microservices and Kubernetes and Helm and that and that and that. And I'm just like, I could ignore that, man. I don't need that right now. I can come back to it later and I can keep it going. So I just want to say, we got to cut now, but this was great. Thank you so much for being on here. If folks want to reach out to you and catch up, do you have anything that you want to say, like last words?
Yes. So I think this slide is going to be made available. Maybe people might consume it. So I'll check up on Dawood Idris. Just like you see my name in front of you, that is the name I use everywhere, whether on my website, dawoodidris.com, or Twitter, anywhere at all. Just reach out with the same URL or handle, and I'll be able to share more insight with you. But thank you very much for having me here. One of the last thing I think I wanted to do is to give credit to Maxim, right? I think Maxim is also a cloud advocate. Essentially, having like a community like MSP, a Microsoft Student Partner Community, you get people who guide you. I think he ran us through Node.js stack, and from there I have learned hours of courses on Pluralsight, and currently doing that. So thank you so much, and thanks to Hank for everything that we've been able to achieve together so far, all the referrals and all the things. And thank all of you out there. Black Lives Matter.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Dawood, for that presentation, and thank you all for watching. And stay tuned. We're going to have more sessions coming up just at the top of the hour. So bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the conference.
So Joe Santos from Queens, New York, originally, now in Tampa. Go ahead.
Joe, absolute pleasure. Thank you for doing this. I know you're a busy guy, so I don't want to hold you up too much. So my first question is, what did you do before tech?
Well, I pretty much did everything, man. I went through stages of, I was doing music. I went through stages of working, the same BS jobs that, everybody else does, warehouse, retail, supermarkets, all type of jobs, whatever was paying, I would do it out of mind. As long as it was legal, I'm good. I would definitely do it.
That's a good, definitely want to have that. So why tech?
Basically, I've always been interested in technology. I think from early stages. My first website was at the age of 14 years old back in 2000. I did a website for Dragon Ball Z back then. And, back then there wasn't no YouTube, or you can't just go somewhere and find all of the videos or the movies for Dragon Ball Z. So I was like super young. I was like, man, wouldn't it be cool if I had a website where I recorded all of the Dragon Ball Z videos, put it up online, and somehow I figured it out by clicking view and source. And then from there, that just opened up this whole world of HTML. And just by looking at other websites, I started copying it. And from there on, I just, started building websites. I left it alone for a long time, for like 10 years. To like the age of 24. And when I realized I wasn't going to be an IT worker, like I hated that. I actually went to school for that. I went to college for it, and I realized I'm like, man, I don't want to be connecting printers and resetting passwords all day, So from there, one day I was at a Starbucks, and then in that Starbucks, I'm seeing this young dude in there, and I see him all the time. And I ask him, hey man, what do you do? He's like, well, I'm a programmer. I make applications for your iPhones and things like that. And I work from home. When I'm bored at home, I just come here to Starbucks, and from there, just code here. I'm like, damn, that would be cool. Like, I didn't think that people really did that. And because, there's things that people think it's like a dream. It's like, oh, you could work from anywhere. It's like, that's not real. When you're living in the world of the real world of like working 9 to 5, like this doesn't seem real. So when he told me that, then from there, I went back home and I was like, oh man, I got to look into this. And, here I am, almost 8 years later. Right. So, yeah.
You know why that's so important to me? I remember when I was learning how to code and I'd meet programmers and they're like, yeah, I work from home. And, I go to these co-op meetups where it's all of us. We just decide to work in one building, all of our friends. And I'm like, that's not real life. For me, real life is I have to go into a retail environment and bust my butt to make money. You can't tell me you can go drink coffee and joke around with your friends all day and still make money. So that's a great point. What was one of your hardest challenges coming into tech?
I think the hardest challenge was for me. I always felt like people are judging me before they even get to know the skills that I have, right? Like somebody could come in, I will go to an interview and, it will say, okay, this kid went to LaGuardia Community College and went to City Tech, another city school, right? And they'll look at that and then from, of course, my appearance, I come in there with a certain swagger, like, hey, how you guys doing? Comfortable, right? But at the same time, that also, I feel like it was a challenge in the sense to make people understand, like, yeah, I'm not the typical developer, but I know my stuff. You know what I mean? So that was something that I always felt like that's the challenge that I always still have even to this day. You know.
So that leads me into my next question. As a minority, what struggles have you faced in this industry? How have you tried to overcome them?
Well, I mean, I would say when it comes to like the struggles, it's usually more of, sometimes like what I would say, people might not know the skills that you have, or they overlook your skills and say, you know what? I always think about it. It's not really more like racism or anything like that. It's always like who you're comfortable with, right? Like you could go to a job interview and here comes little Pedro, and Pedro comes into the job interview. Pedro might not come from the same background as you. Do you feel comfortable having him there on the team? Will he be able to have the same, skills as the other guy that you might know from high school, or the guy that you might relate to more? He's like, oh, he's from your neighborhood, or he's somebody that you might know from another group, another meetup group, or something like that, right? So for me, it was always that challenge of like, okay, in the struggle of like, all right, I gotta go to the job interview. I gotta be extremely, articulate and be almost perfect. It's what I call the Obama effect, where you have to be Obama to get the job. You can't slack, you can't mess up, and you can't do anything. You always have to be top notch. If not, you might not get the opportunity. So that's like something that I always saw in the industry, as far as like, little struggles here and there, and things like where people might, even though you might be a big part of the team, nobody really acknowledges that you are a huge part of the team. And sometimes you have to have other people that speak up for you, because like, let's say, for example, there was companies that I used to work for where I had ideas, but if I say it, they won't be heard. If somebody else says it, I have to pretty much tell them, hey man, you should go up there, tell them this idea, or we should do this and that. Like, and then when they do it, it gets passed. When I say it, it's like, oh, we'll see, maybe on the next time, maybe we should try something else, or you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
it has
too
to be
clear.
Yeah. Yeah. So those are the situations that you got to go through, but I always, I push through anything, I don't care. You could put a mountain in front of me. I'm going to go over it to get to the goals that I need to get to. So I don't really, I don't care, I always just keep moving.
That's phenomenal. What would be a piece of advice you could offer to help others to be more welcoming of people of color?
What I would say is, don't judge a book by its cover, right? That's something that I always remember from like 5th grade, 6th grade. Teachers tell you that don't, the book cover, it might not look so great to you, but inside of it is interesting. It's a huge story. It's gonna give you value, right? And that's something that we could bring into this community too. Like, hey man, I know a lot of people that is in this industry. This is like the standard. You might see Caucasian guy, Indian guy, and an Asian guy, East Asian, and that's it. Like, those are the guys that people be like, well, he got to be good in math. He got to be good in engineering. He got to be this and that. But then when you see the black kid, the Spanish kid, don't think that they might not have the same knowledge as somebody else, right? You just have to be more welcoming and understand that this industry is changing. This world where, I used to always say this, the world of guys playing Dungeons and Dragons and Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and that's your group. Those days is over. Everybody can code. Anybody can get into this industry, right? It could be the jock. It could be the kid who likes hip hop. It could be the guy that's in the gym all day. This could be the girl. It could be, at the end of the day, is what they have here, right? It's not really about how they look, where they're coming from. It's like, can they bring value to the team, right? If everybody thinks about that, then everything's going to be good, because at the end of the day, when somebody writes some code or a line of code or a program, nobody knows who wrote it and how that person looks or what they have. What you see there is the execution and the solution. That's it.
Wow, I love that so much. And so I know you have an amazing YouTube channel. You have courses that you put out. what is something that you're still trying to achieve in tech right now? What are you trying to have happen?
Right now, I have codingphase.com, right? I recently moved from Connecticut, which is pretty much dead unless you're going to New York, right? But pretty much what I'm doing here in Tampa, I moved down here, bought a house, setting up some roots basically. And my next goal is to have like a agency, a development agency, working with small businesses, and at the same time have like a pathway from getting the students and the people that are learning from me to be able to have experience by getting jobs and gigs from the local businesses that I'm gathering up information from here locally. So that's the goal, and I want to do that in every city, where I could have one guy is in New York, another guy is in LA, etc. And then from there, as I see students that are becoming like really good in programming, we could go in and say, okay, this guy's great with JavaScript. We could have him do the JavaScript part for here. And all of this builds up experience. So people don't have to go through that problem of like, I can't get a job because I have no experience. And because I've never gotten a job, I can't get experience. So if we could somehow fix that, then, I'm going to be happy with that. So I'm just trying to do my part in that end,
I love that. So the final question I have for you is, what is a piece of advice that you would give to someone new into the industry or is trying to learn how to code? What would you tell them?
What I would say is, understand that this takes time, right? Everybody has their own timing. I see situations where somebody gets hired in 2 months of just starting to learn how to code. I've seen people that have taken them 9 months, even a year, or even more. Because also, too, you got to remember, not everybody is in the same situation. Not everybody lives in an area where there's a lot of jobs. Not everybody is learning all of the things. Sometimes you got to make those mistakes. So then later on, you could come back and fix them and say, okay, cool. I was learning this technology, right? It's like a guy who lives in an area where there's only .NET jobs, but he's learning Python, right? That's a mistake that you go through. And you're like, okay, I just want to learn Python. Cool. But then now you can't find a job because you didn't learn .NET. You know what I mean? So those are like little mistakes that prolong your journey, and it takes you a little bit longer. A guy that goes in and does the research and says, you know what's in my area? Maybe there's not a big tech hub, but there's a lot of small agencies where I could work at. What do they do? PHP and WordPress. What do they do? Shopify. If I learn those skills, I could get hired right away. So those are like the different factors that people don't take into account. And that's why you might see situations where somebody gets hired in 2 months, another person gets hired in 9 months, right? And at the same time, just know that you can't compare yourself to anybody. What you're good at, somebody else might not be good at, right? There was something that I was watching, I think it was on Twitter from, Dan Abramoff. He actually made a list of all of the things that he doesn't know. And I was like thinking in my head, I'm like, holy shoot, everything that he doesn't know, I know, right? But this is somebody that I look up to. I'm like, I respect them. You know what I'm saying? So it's so interesting that you think like this person knows everything. It's like, nah, it's like everybody has niches and things that they're really, really good at, right? So you can't go in there and say, hey, man, well, I'm not so good with PHP, or well, I'm not so good with Ruby. Sometimes, it takes a little bit longer for you, or sometimes your calling is something else, or your interest is something else, so you can't compare yourself to the other guy and his story. It's like you have your own journey.
Joe Santos, Coding Phase, developer extraordinaire. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Yeah, definitely, man. I really appreciate it, for everybody watching this, thank you for watching. And yeah, you already know, codingphase.com.
There you go. All right.
Hey everybody, my name is Justin E. Samuels. I am the founder and CEO of Render Atlanta, as well as In Streaming Color Telethon, as well as Rebuild Black Business.
Thank you for doing this. And I've been following you for a while, and you're definitely a huge influence on my life right now. And some things that you're doing is phenomenal. So I really want to touch base on that. But before we do, let's start at the beginning. What did you do before tech?
So honestly, before tech was in college. So I went to school to do tech. I took the traditional background. Prior to that, I was your typical college student hanging out, partying, all of that.
Awesome. So why tech? Why not any other field? What drew you here?
So to be completely honest, what drew me in was the prospect of making a lot of cash, you know? So let's just be honest. There isn't any other job that I could be 22, 23, 24, uh, pulling in $100,000, $200,000. I'm not saying that I was doing that, but other than being a drug dealer or an investment banker or some other small like a niche job, you ain't gonna be pulling in that. So when I found tech, it was because one, the cash, and two, back in the old days, I was doing a whole lot of MySpace theming. So I was the person that you would hit up that's like, hey, I want a theme to show off my top eight, and I'm like, okay, I could customize that. Little did I know at the time though, I was doing like CSS, HTML. I wasn't doing no JavaScript at the time. So ultimately, when I walked past a poster at my college, it was like, hey, do you want to make a whole bunch of cash? Do you like tech? I'm like, yeah, of course. I always had uh, uh, a passion towards tech. It was like, well, you should change your major to XYZ. And I said, oh, okay, I'm gonna change it over, and the rest is history, pretty much.
That's awesome. So what was one of your hardest challenges coming into tech?
Hardest challenge would be not getting discouraged. You know what I mean? So I tell the story of persistence all the time about my own trial where I applied for a job every single day until graduation, a whole year out. And I only ever got five calls back about, and I only had three job offers. Of the three, I only cared about two. So to uh, put this into a perspective, I started my senior year at uh, Mississippi State University, and walking into that in June, I said, okay, I'm going to apply for a job every single day I get up. I can't be going out sad without any job. I mean, I got bills to pay. It is time. And I applied for a job every single day. And ultimately, I wasn't until January or like February that I was able to get a phone call back. Got that phone call back. That was my very first job offer. And then my job that I ended up taking, I didn't get an interview for that role until 2 weeks prior to a graduation. And I didn't
Wow.
get the offer until the day of prior. So it was like a perfect timing. But the hardest part is staying encouraged the whole time.
You're a serial founder. You've got three companies that you're doing amazing things with. Uh,
Yeah.
why don't you touch on that for a moment? What are some of the things that you're doing?
So as we mentioned earlier, I'm the founder and CEO of three different businesses. And the one that I'll start off with is the one that I am the most known for, which is Render ATL. So you probably have seen me talk about it. I talk about it any chance I get. I'm always boasting on it. It's my pride and joy. And what we are known for is being the first conference in the South focusing on React, more so the intersection of culture and tech. So that is where we're trying to pull people in that usually don't go to conferences, that usually end up looking like me, a black, but have the swagger where we just don't want to code a code switch anymore. And our conference is geared towards that type of demographic where we just want you to come, learn from our great speakers, and feel comfortable in your own skin. So I can't tell you all the tricks that we have because the conference, we just announced the updated dates due to COVID, is going to be September 13th through the 15th, 2021. Be clear again, September 13th to the 15th, 2021. And we're going to have a lot of tricks going on and whatnot, and I hope to catch y'all there. It's going to be about 500 people, so it's going to be awesome. But then the other one is in streaming color. That was the one that I be with Paris, aka a Black Tech Twitter queen. Shout out to her. What happened was watching a conference, which I'm not going to name, was doing talks to help raise money for COVID, and they did it over the span of 24 hours. Well, I noticed during this 24-hour time frame that they had 3 tracks, but there was only 2 to 4 speakers of color. So if you do that quick math in your head, that's about 80 something people, 60, 80 something, people. But how do you only have 2 to 4, maybe 5 speakers of color? So I was like, you know what? I could do this and I could do it better. So I had that dream. And then within a day or two, I picked up the phone, called on, Paris, like, hey, I'm going to do this conference. We're going to do it for we're going to do it for 48 hours. We're going to have speakers going every half an hour. It's going to be turns. We're going to have 3 tracks. We're also doing a job fair too.
Wow.
She says, you is crazy, but I'm down. And it ended up turning into 25 hours. And the reason why the 25, just because I wanted to be cute.
Right.
We could have did 24, but I was like, why do 24? Let's do an extra hour. To make a long story short, we ended up having 40 speakers over the course of 25 hours, streamed it across Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. And I aimed for 10,000 attendees. This is why I tell people to always aim high. Because if you aim high, you may not hit your goal, but you'll come close. And we ended up having 8,500 people tune in. It was ridiculous,
Wow.
And we also had a job fair going too, which involved Twitter and Shopify, 2 of the most recognizable brands in their respective industry came through and got a ton of talent. So that was awesome. And the last thing is rebuildblackbusiness.com. So that has been my new pride and joy. That thing, let me tell you, I started off of a half an hour quick website that I did using our CMS over at MailChimp. For those who don't know, I'm a senior engineer over at MailChimp too. That's my actual 9 to 5 job. But I built a quick half an hour website to just like catalog all of the Black-owned like businesses that are out there and the ones that are being hurt. Because I kept seeing all these threads like, help support this business, help support that business. I'm like, we need to centralize. If you don't centralize, all the help is not going to get to everybody that actually needs it. So I said, hey, I want this done. We need to like organize who wants to help me. And I kid you not, we ended up getting 500 people on this open source project. And as of today, we are the biggest aggregator of Black-owned businesses. We have over 14,000 Black-owned businesses in our database. So you could go there to rebuildblackbusiness.com, and you're able to type in your zip code or like your city, and you could then find Black-owned businesses by your category that you want to like search from. So gone are the days of asking who is the closest black doctor to me. You could go on our site, type in your zip code, and you could actually see all the black owned doctors about you. So just go to rebuildblackbusiness.com and you can like check it out. And we're still taking open source contributions too. So
Wow, that's amazing.
yeah.
So that leads me to my next question. As a black male, what struggles have
Mhm.
you faced in this industry, and how have you overcome them?
The hardest struggle I have is keeping it to real all the time. You know, like there's a certain swag or a certain vibe that you give off as a black male. Just to be honest about it, you know, we understand that we're the coolest people in the room, meaning we're not intimidated by other people, but other people are intimidated by us. So what we had to do in the past was do this thing that you may have heard of called code switching. But I promised myself from the very first day, I'm not going to code switch, you know? And for those who don't know what a code switch is, it means you get to your place of employment or anywhere that you are going, and you don't ask who you truly are. And I said, like, nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be who I am, unfiltered, unapologetic if I don't need to be, but not gonna apologize just for my blackness. And they could take it or leave it. Now it's gotten me in trouble plenty of times, but ultimately the people who just enjoy my presence for who I am usually end up winning out and winning out in a big way. So I think my hardest thing was just being a black man in a workplace at times can be challenging just because of who you are.
What would be a piece of advice that you could give someone to be more welcoming and accepting of a person of color?
So the biggest thing is understand that you don't know any. Well, hold on. Can I curse or can I not curse?
I would rather not because of what we're trying to achieve here. Otherwise, I would say go
Okay,
for it. But yeah,
got you. So the biggest thing that I could tell you to be more welcoming to a person of color is understand that you don't know anything about them and your preconceived notions of them is completely wrong. You may think, oh, I play basketball with my black friends. I go to the movies with my black friends. I am the black person's ambassador. Nothing gets us more angry than that because it's like, hey, you don't really know anything. You think you know, but you actually don't. The thing that makes us feel more invited is when people are like, hey, my name is John. I don't know anything about you. Let's just have a conversation. And your actual skin color or your actual like race doesn't come up the whole time because they're trying to get to know you as a person. But then they make it clear like, hey, I understand that you are a black man or you are a black a woman. And if there's anything that I could do to ever help you, please feel free to reach out to me. That's a true ally because they're like, hey, I'm not going to be like always advocating, saying, hey, I understand that you're black. I will help you all the time. It's like, leave me to be, you know? But if you're like, if you ever need anything, I have an open door policy that goes above and beyond because we don't need to be reminded all the time of the color of our skin. We could like wake up, look in the mirror, and we could tell that we are black, brown, anything else, you know. But just always be there as a shoulder to just cry on.
Absolutely. What is a goal of yours that you're trying to accomplish in this industry right now?
The major goal that I'm trying to accomplish is trying to connect people to one another. So that's my main thing is I know pockets of people over here, pockets of people over there, over here, over there, but they all don't overlap all the time. But I have this special gift where I'm able to go between groups and usually not disturb the overall makeup or the like functionality of the group. So I'm what they call a connector or a plug is what they call it. I like to plug people in to other groups and help them reach their goals. And even stuff like on like the business side of things, I'm always like, hey, John, you know, you're doing this great work over here. Do you know Susan over at the Chamber of Commerce? No, I don't. I've been trying to get in there. Hold on, I'll make a quick call. Make a quick call. Then they're like talking. Then I'm on the couch watching a TV, and I see John is in the Chamber of Commerce doing a PR piece. I'm like, there we go. That's what I like to see, you know? So I like to be the bridge to help, you know, glue everybody together. Probably a bad way to phrase it, but I like to help people reach their true potential.
What's one piece of advice you would give to someone that's new in this industry or an aspiring developer? What would you tell them?
The biggest thing that I tell people when they're getting into the industry, and excuse my language, but shit doesn't come easy in this field at all. And the reason why I'm so vulgar when it comes to this topic is because there's a lot of people that I have been introduced to that's like, only if I knew, I would have to be constantly learning all the time. I could have changed my mind at the time, but you know, I've already done the boot camp. I've already went to college. I already am this far in. I don't want to turn back, you know, and that's a hard thing, you know. But I'm always telling people like, hey, you're gonna have to do long nights of studying, research, just trying to do a lot of soul searching when it comes to like asking yourself, do you really want this every single day? Because you're gonna end up looking up one day and you're gonna be like, everything's changed. I mean, just think about 10 years ago, flash devs, they were a thing. Now you probably can't tell me 5 of them, you know what I mean? And the ones who was like, well, I gotta continuously learn, they just continuously learned, and now they're doing a React or Angular or like Vue. But the ones who were like, no, I'm just gonna die on this hill. Don't get me wrong, they were getting paid well because there aren't a whole ton of them. But you're now in that one box, and now it's even more difficult to even pivot. So I say it in such a harsh way as, you know, shit doesn't come easy, because I recall going to college, being up until 3 a.m., just trying to learn this algorithm, trying to learn this data structure. Just like, there's been nights that I had to like cry and just ask myself, do I really want this? And even now, I'm still asking myself, like, do you really want this every single day? And it's not because I hate my job, it's just because it's hard as hell, especially the higher up you go. It's a game of how much stuff can you memorize, on top of how well can you replicate a human theory, meaning can you make the computer do what a actual human would do? And that's hard, you know? So just understand and embrace that shit doesn't come easy, but it's way better on the opposite side, because the pay is good, perks are good, people are great. It's definitely worth the pain.
I always say to say that you're going to be a developer is to say that you're going to be on a lifelong journey of learning. Programming is absolutely not easy, but it is absolutely possible. And to
Right.
me, it's absolutely worth it. Justin
Right.
Samuels, serial founder, senior software engineer, thank you for doing this with me. I enjoyed every single second of this
Appreciate it, bro.
conversation. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Hey, and thanks a lot for hearing me talk. I probably talked way longer than my time, but I'm
You're fine.
always trying to get everything out there that, people ask me about. And just to let everybody know, it's okay if you want to ask me questions on Twitter. You can find me on Twitter at the Twitter handle Doug D Bugger, which is THUGDEBUGGER, or going to my website, dougdbugger.dev, and everything's on there all about me. It's okay if you want to like DM me, hit me up or anything. I'm an open book, and I'll do my best to get back to you all the time.
That'll work. Thank you, sir.
My name is Marcelo Rocha. I am a pre-sales solutions architect. I work for startup companies. More specifically, I've been working with database software for more than 20 years, and I just love the industry, love to meet with customers and prospects and understand what they're doing and how we can use innovative tech solutions to kind of make things better.
So you're definitely a person that I have a lot of interest in, and we've known each other for a little while now. So let's just go back to the beginning. What was life for you before tech?
So my background was actually interesting. I actually went to college and I was planning to be a physicist. I was planning to be an astrophysicist. So I went to college, got into getting my physics degree. And on my first classes of cosmogony, I figured out that any predictions that I would make would take more than 1 billion years for them to happen. And I thought that there was a chance that by 1 billion years from now, people wouldn't remember my name. And even if I got things right, I thought maybe I could do something with more immediate impact. So I did some things with nuclear physics. And that was fun, and that involved a lot of computing, a lot of Pascal and Fortran simulations. And then what I really got into it is when I went to the condensed matter department, we were actually synthesizing liquid crystals, and I built all the equipment. I was already working on a master's degree at that point, built all the equipment to capture and treat the data. And that, of course, kind of led me to kind of learn all sorts of things to kind of how to capture and treat data. So that's where the love affair began.
Okay, so out of everything you could have done, why tech in specific? If in everything that you could have done, why tech in particular? Why not stick to the nuclear physicist train or maybe some other area?
That's interesting. What I love about tech is the number of opportunities and the breadth of opportunities and the fact that those opportunities are everywhere, right? So the types of skills that if you're a very good React developer and tomorrow you want to say, hey, I want to live in Thailand for 2 years, you can go live on a beach, be a React developer in Thailand. There are a lot of occupations where you just can't do that. I mean, if you're an excellent lawyer, you're basically tied to that country or that jurisdiction. If you're an excellent medical doctor, even if you're one of the best, you probably don't have a license to be a doctor in other countries, and the process of transferring those things are so the thing about tech is that, number one, there's a huge number of different things you can do and you can learn, so you can actually follow your interests, what interests you. And secondly, those are skills that you can use and apply almost everywhere. So, and the third thing is there's always something new and exciting for you to learn. It's fun.
I always say to be a developer is to be on a lifelong journey of learning. Like, it never stops. There's always something new to pick up and try out. So I do like that. What was one of your hardest challenges coming into tech?
I think for a little while, I think a lot of people may relate to this, right? So I had a science background, right? I was kind of doing liquid crystals on the lab, right? So I'm kind of coming to the corporate world, and people are doing in IT departments, they have a computer science degree and everything. And of course, I was still ramping up my own learning at that point. So you do have sometimes a little bit of imposter syndrome, right? You go in a meeting with someone and they drop 5 acronyms, 4 of which you have no idea what they are.
Yeah.
As you progress in your career, though, is that you wake up every morning, right? And you look at Medium, you look at LinkedIn, you look at Hacker News, and the reality is there's always 5 new things that you wish you knew and seem super cool, but there's only 24 hours in the day. So what I'll say to people is that number one is never be afraid of say, if you don't know something, say, hey, I don't know. I mean, if somebody asks you a question and they assume you know the premise of the question and you don't, just be honest. Say, hey, no, I missed that part, or I don't know what you mean by this term. And secondly, that imposter syndrome, if you will, I think there's a lot of people feel the same way, and I've come across people who are just wonderful technologists, some of the smartest people I've ever known, who sometimes have a degree in political science or philosophy or something that is completely not related to tech. So I think as long as you have the drive, right, to learn new things and always be open to learn new things, there's always a possibility. But I think that the biggest obstacle, if you will, are inside of our own minds, that kind of imposter syndrome said, hey, no, you haven't been trained, you're not good enough, you can't do this, and you just need to overcome that.
I had imposter syndrome 5 minutes before this meeting talking to you, man. You know.
So now you don't have to, right?
And now I've calmed down. Now I've calmed down.
Still be on the lab, dude, like I'm doing my liquid crystals there and burning my hands.
Yeah. All right. So very serious question. As a minority, what struggles have you faced or seen in this industry? How have you overcome them, or how do you think we can overcome them?
I think so. I've been blessed by having the opportunity to work for companies who always give me opportunities for growth, and working with people who are smarter and more capable than I am, and consequently giving me incredible opportunities for personal and professional growth. One of the things that I felt that maybe could help, and I think it's our mission, right, us that have achieved something in this industry, is that since there are so many, there's not a lot of diversity in tech right now. I mean, it's growing, but it's certainly not really reflective where the population of the country is. There were few people in positions of leadership that come from a minority background. So it's more of that situation where you say, hey, I mean, I'm mirroring myself, or kind of looking at what that person has achieved and how can I be like him or like her. And a lot of times those examples don't really look like you, or don't have the life experiences that you have, right? So I think that's kind of the biggest struggle, is that you kind of have to find your own path, if you will, because there are not that many examples. On the other hand, I think those of us who are already along that journey, I think it's our duty to extend a hand to the people who are just starting, and kind of lead them and mentor them and coach them, and kind of offer them the type of assistance that sometimes was not available when we started.
Absolutely. What would be a piece of advice that you could give someone to be more welcoming and accepting of a person of color?
I think the main thing is spending time with people. I really do. When I was a teenager, I worked on this small business down in the countryside in Brazil. And I remember my bosses were albino, right? They had absolutely no skin pigmentation, right? And I remember when I went for the first interview and I first saw him, right? I mean, their appearance, I mean, very honestly, it shocked me, right? I mean, I didn't know how to behave. I didn't know what to say. Well, it turns out I started working with him. I started admiring him and liking him, and he became a friend. The pigmentation or lack of pigmentation of his skin, I didn't even see it anymore. It didn't become material. So a lot of times I think the best thing to do is that we human beings, we tend to spend time and kind of put effort with people who share some trait with us. Sometimes that might be generic, might be related. Sometimes is about affinity and interests. Sometimes is political affiliation or religious views. But I think the best thing that every single one of us can do is actually try to spend some time with someone who you feel that is different or have less in common with you. And what you find is actually all of us human beings, we have so much in common, right? Like, just like Bill Gates, one time he was in a meeting with a Bangladeshi woman on her hut with a dirt floor, and they felt that they both shared a passion about making sure that their kids were well taken care of, and they had a connection, right? Two people from completely different places, completely different life stories, but they felt the connection. And I think if you invest the time to get to know people, especially the ones that you don't immediately feel comfortable with, I think that's how you can change things, because that makes people feel welcome, and it makes you appreciate the humanity that exists in every single one of us.
I would say, judging a book by its cover, you're like collecting a lot of books, and that's a very similar circumstance right there. I know you very well, and you come from very humble beginnings, but what is a goal that you have now that you want to try and achieve in tech?
So I am, and I know it's funny to say, right? I mean, probably not to you, but I guess for the public at large, I'm passionate about data and databases, right? I've been doing this my whole life, and I literally love it. I mean, I kind of wake up in the morning, get on my laptop, and I'm excited about the things that I'm going to do and the things I'm going to learn. And one of the things that I intend to kind of do is actually putting more stuff out there in terms of publishing stuff and kind of blogs and tutorials and those types of things that a lot of times are just on the day-to-day job, where you're just solving a problem here and looking at an opportunity there. And there are all those lessons learned, and they just stay on a Google Doc on my account, or they stay in my head, and kind of putting that stuff out there and making it available to others is one of the goals that I think I would like to do.
What would be one piece of advice that you could give to someone new in the industry or trying to make their break into it? What is one thing that you experienced that you would like others to also take value in?
Well, I wouldn't say this is particular to tech. It's something that I work with my kids, for example, is that if you are learning something and you're not struggling, not meaning that you need to struggle 100% of the time, but if you don't come from time to time in a place where it's struggling and frustrating and you have the urge to give up, then I think you're not trying hard enough and not moving at the speed that you can move. The learning process intrinsically is a lot of times a struggle. I mean, sometimes you get to a simple concept, but it takes you more time than you think you should have. And when that struggle, when you feel that frustration, that struggle, saying, man, I can't understand this, or I can't get this to work, two things. Number one, reach out for help. Don't be afraid to admit that you don't know something, even if you feel like you should have. It's even worse if you don't admit it, because it will take you longer to solve the problem. And number two, accept that struggle as a sign that you're growing. I mean, I kind of sometimes even count the number of times I struggle in a week about to learn something. And when I have a week that was really rough and I said, oh man, instead of saying, hey, I came across 30 things that I didn't know this week, oh, I learned 30 new things this week. So it kind of is kind of glass half full, glass half empty. But of course, there's that emotional response that you even feel in your body, right? And that discomfort, that little tug on your heart saying, I can't do this. When you recognize that feeling, just kind of bottle it up and kind of take it as a badge of honor, meaning that, hey, keep trying, keep at it. If you're not struggling, if you're not seeing any obstacles, it just means because you weren't even trying. You're not doing anything interesting.
Marcelo, Pre-Solutions Architect, thank you, sir. I appreciate this, and I enjoyed every second of this.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us and enjoy the conference.
All right. Hi, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. So my name is Ashley Janelle, and before I jump into this talk, I just want to say thank you so much to the Juneteenth Conference for having me and allowing me to speak and talk to you guys about UX, and happy Juneteenth. So let's jump right into it. So today we're going to be talking about why you're not getting that UX role. What's going on? Are you going out for interviews? Are you working on your portfolio? What's happening? We're going to talk about it. So we're going to jump right into it. So before we get started, I want to talk a little bit about who I am and why I'm qualified to talk to you guys today. So I'm Ashley Janelle, UX UI designer at Caterpillar. Also the creator of Learn UX Online in 16 Weeks, which is an online course that allows you to learn UX, you build your portfolio, you work on various projects, you build up your skill set, your confidence, and we help you go out and actually land that UX role. In terms of education, I attended Columbia College Chicago, and got a BA from there in Interactive Arts and Media, which was really a mix of web design and graphic design. And then after that, I found my way into UX, and that's how I'm here today. A few past roles prior to Caterpillar, I was a visual and UI designer at Redbox, as well as a graphic designer at Motorola Solutions. So all of my work prior to Caterpillar has been design related. Caterpillar, as well as Redbox, were my roles that are UX specific. So yeah, so let's go ahead and keep going. So again, a little more about me and kind of, why I'm qualified to talk to you guys about, why you're potentially not landing a UX role. Like I mentioned, the UX course, I do a lot of coaching. So I'm talking to a lot of aspiring UX designers every day, working with aspiring UX designers every day. So I hear it all. I understand I once was a UX designer or aspiring UX designer. But I understand that I came from the route of having a college education in interactive arts. So a lot of the people that I talk to, a lot of the UX designers that I work with, they are coming over from a ton of different fields, accounting, teaching. So it really doesn't matter, what you're currently doing. If UX is something that you want to get into, you can definitely get into it. I work with people every day. Did some teaching with STEM students, helping them get into careers in STEM as well, and more mentoring. So this is, outside of Caterpillar, this is what I do, and this is how I've got the knowledge to kind of talk to you guys a bit today. So I've compiled the top 4 things that I've seen really hurt UX designers or aspiring UX designers when they're actually trying to go out and get that job that they want. It really comes down to 4 things. The first thing is your portfolio. Obviously, we know that portfolios are what, helps you get your foot in the door. It's the first thing that someone sees. When they open up your application, they jump right to that portfolio. They probably don't even really look at your resume because they want to see what you can do. So what is a winning UX portfolio? That's what I call it. A winning UX portfolio is the one that gets you right into the door and gets eyeballs on your work. What is a winning UX portfolio and why do you need one? So a UX portfolio is a compilation of your work. Obviously, it contains detailed case studies of UX design projects, demonstrating your skill sets and approach, okay? Employers will use this obviously to get an understanding of who you are, what your skill set is, and then obviously ultimately decide if they want to bring you in. So again, your portfolio is extremely important. Everything from your landing page to your interior pages being your case studies. Your portfolio is just, I mean, it has to be top notch. And I always call it winning. It has to be winning. It has to be eye catching. It has to be visually pleasing. It has to be, it has to tell your story, tell your case study story in a way that is digestible, but that's also very thorough. Designers also use this time as an opportunity to allow their own personalities to shine through. So you can think of your portfolio as your online presence. So, if you're someone who, loves color, you put that into your portfolio. If you're someone who, really likes, more of a black and white kind of style, this is really your time to let your personality shine through your portfolio, okay? It's a time for you to really, start working on your personal branding, what you want people to know about you once they open your portfolio. And you obviously, as a designer, you know that you can do all of that with design. So where can putting together this winning portfolio go wrong? Okay, there are a few different ways that I typically see. So portfolios that don't clearly present your work and showcase your skill sets are really working against you, and they're not working for you. Okay, and so what do I mean by that? We have case studies that we add into our portfolios, and that's what employers are looking at when they're trying to decide, okay, who is this person? What do they know? What are they all about? And what is their skill set? What is their level of understanding of UX? And we do that in a very specific way. One of the first ways is showing that you understand fully what the problem was that you were trying to solve. There are a ton of ways that we can do this in portfolios, but that's the first thing. You really want to make sure that, someone's reading your portfolio. It's really like a story. There's a beginning, middle, and end. So having a clear understanding of what the problem is and showcasing that, very, very important. And this is where I see a lot of people miss. The next thing is showing actually how you solve your problem. So obviously there's a UX process. There's a formula that we essentially, work with when we're trying to solve problems. So you want to make sure that you're documenting that. You want to make sure that you're going in order in your case study, which is the order that you actually, conducted the project in. You want to show exactly each step that you did, why it was, probably why it helped you. Maybe you did something in it, maybe it didn't help you. You want to talk about those things. You also want to share your work in artifacts. So if you take a look at the left-hand side of your screen, you will see this is kind of like a sample portfolio. And you'll see on the top, that's a persona, which basically is an artifact or a graphic that shows a lot about a particular group of people. We put it into one person. But this persona, Lauren Holmes, can be several different people that you may have interviewed or surveyed. But we just kind of batch it all into one person so that you can really get a good understanding of who this person is and what they like to do, what their interests are, what their needs are, their goals, those kinds of things. If you see below it, that's a storyboard. So that's how we actually can tell the story or illustrate a story for someone who is not familiar with the problem that we're trying to solve. So there's several different artifacts that we use or actually methods that we use in UX design. And then what comes out of that is your artifacts. And those are going to be the key things that you're going to add to your portfolio. So you want to show your work and then make sure that you're adding that into your portfolio as well. The last thing is to showcase your final UI in a very compelling way. So your final UI design, whether it is a tablet, a desktop, mobile, whatever it is, you want to make sure that you do that in a very compelling way. Make it interesting. Make sure that your UI design is pixel perfect. Make sure that you've gotten feedback on it, and make sure that it really compels or really conveys what it is that you're trying to show. So here's some sample UI designs for desktop, mobile, and tablet. And you can see how it's laid out there in a way, that's interesting. It's visually pleasing. And this could be maybe your header when you actually land on your case study. There are tons of different ways to lay out a page. It just really depends on where you are in your case study. And I just want to make sure that you don't forget to include a variety of devices. I see this a lot. You know, if you have worked on an application and maybe it was just for mobile, maybe that was the ask, maybe that was the challenge, or maybe that was the client that you worked with. Well, go back and develop something and design something for tablet and for desktop as well. You know, your portfolio, again, it shouldn't just be, you know, this is the work that I did. Make sure that you're going above and beyond to actually, you know, showcase that you have the skill set and you have the range. So the next thing is experience. Okay, so what is experience? What do I mean by experience? So experience is just that. Any work that you have, you know, completed in the fields of UX research, UI, strategy, you know, anything that is related to the field of UX design is experience. Anything that you've done, any projects, any freelance projects that you've worked on, any pro bono work, that is all experience, okay? And as an aspiring UX designer, this experience is usually something that you can package and put into your portfolio, like we just talked about. So one of the biggest questions is, how can I get experience? Well, one of the first ways that people get experience is, you know, a lot of people take some sort of a UX course, and in that UX course, you should be able to have projects that you walk away with and be able to put into your portfolio. Another place that you can get experience is side projects. So, you know, maybe you give yourself a project, or maybe you work with a friend or something like that. These are different ways that you can, you know, actually beef up that portfolio. So what happens when you have a lack of experience, and what does that mean? So I know that, you know, pretty much depending on any industry that you've been in, you've all seen something that says, you know, they're looking for a junior designer, or they're looking for someone that's kind of junior, but they want them to have like 3, 4, 5 years of experience. Well, it's like, how do you do that? You know, freelance projects and pro bono work are a really great way to show that you have experience. When you take on pro bono work and when you take on freelance projects, you are working with a client. So this is a really great way to get out of your own head. You can actually have someone, you know, if you're working for, you know, a freelance company, or maybe you're doing some work pro bono for maybe a not-for-profit, they're actually giving you the problem, what it is they want you to solve. You're talking to their customers, their users, and then you're solving a product for them that they ultimately have to buy, or have to, you know, have to enjoy. They have to accept it, you know, when you're done. So it's not something like a side project where only you can say when this is done. No, you actually have someone that you're working with and potentially working for that can really give you that structure and guidance. So interviewing. This is one of the next ways that I really see a lot of aspiring UX designers, just for lack of better words, not know. For a lot of people who, you know, this might be your first stab at a creative role, interviewing could be tough. There are a lot of questions, and, you know, it really just takes a lot of practice and understanding of ultimately the work that you did to get to where you are. And I'll explain that in a moment. So what does a typical UX interview look like? Typically, one of the first things that you do is you'll have a portfolio showcase where you will actually showcase the work that you've done. You might walk through a project. The interviewer may have picked a project that they want you to show, and then you'll talk about it. So you'll, you know, give a rundown of, you know, maybe 1 or 2 projects. They will ask you interview questions, which we'll talk about in a second. You might meet the team, and then you will also have the opportunity, just like in most interviews, to interview the interviewers. So, you know, ask them questions. You want to know about, you know, exactly, you know, what does their company look like? What does the company culture look like? What's the expected growth opportunities for this particular role? Make sure that you're asking those questions as well. And then oftentimes there is a design challenge that they want you to do, maybe at home, or maybe you've done it before you actually get to the in-person interview, or maybe not, depending on, you know, how things are with the actual company. But there might be a design challenge that they want you to do where you actually are solving a problem for that company, so they can see how you work, see what your skill level is like, and things of that nature. So one question that I pulled, because I think that it's an important one, and I just really want to break down exactly how these go, because there is a right way and a wrong way to answer a lot of these questions. So one question that a lot of interviewers ask is a question that goes like this: what is your typical workflow? Now, to be able to fully understand, or excuse me, to be able to fully answer this question, you have to understand what your workflow is. So, whether you've taken a course or whether you've kind of, read up on, actual UX workflows and whatnot, you won't really be able to answer this question. And that's how a lot of UX questions are structured. The questions are in the details of actually, what a UX designer does. So there's really no way to fake the funk when it comes to these questions. But what you want to do is you want to explain your approach to projects and how you go about problem solving. So your goal here is to really take the interviewer through your journey to problem solving. So, you might talk about, one of your projects, give an example of one of your projects that you did, and how you, and why that approach was maybe different than a typical approach. So you really want to make sure that you're diving into the details. Obviously answer the question, then take one of your case studies or your projects or an experience that you've had and really use that to dive into the details, to really be able to explain exactly how you would go about your typical workflow. So another question, how do you incorporate usability testing back into your work? Again, this is another question that is strictly built on, it's in the details. You wouldn't be able to know how to answer this question if you've never usability tested before. If you've never worked with users, if you've never tested anything, if you've never written a script, if you've never written a usability report, if you've never taken a usability report and said, okay, what things are we actually going to cherry pick and actually, what are we going to put into this phase versus what, maybe doesn't need to be touched at all versus what might go into next phase, you really wouldn't be able to answer this question. So that's the first thing. So obviously making sure that you have a clear understanding of usability testing. But like I mentioned here, you want to explain your user testing process and how you pick and choose the items you want to include versus not include, okay? And then again, as always, give them an example of a time where you did this. Again, maybe there was a time that stuck out because it was different than the others and you really had to figure out, okay, what are the key things that we have to get in for maybe this release, or maybe there's a second release and we can, include the other things. Talk about a time, give them some examples, give them something to go off of. There's a textbook answer, but, they may ask a follow-up question like, so tell me about a time. So just go ahead and throw it in there so that they know exactly, that you know what you're talking about. And then the fourth thing that I see a lot of UX designers struggling with, they're trying to do it all alone with no guidance along the way. So you're trying to learn UX and you just don't know what to do. I get this all the time. Where do I go? What do I read? What do I study? What do I watch? So I want you to think about the following statements. And if you can relate, just say it out loud at home. Say, I can relate. If you have little to no experience when applying for jobs, if you feel like we talked about experience, if you feel like, hey, I've been giving myself projects, but maybe I need a little bit more experience. If this is you, say it's me at home. If you're trying to find the time to dedicate to learning UX while working a full-time job, if this is you, say me or raise your hand at home. Not knowing what should go into a UX portfolio. There's a lot that goes into a UX portfolio. There's a lot of different ways that we structure portfolios to tell a story. There are things that you want to include to show that you are eager about the next phase of the design process. There's a ton that goes into UX portfolios. If you have imposter syndrome, so you might feel like, man, UX isn't for me. It's for those super smart people, the people that know how to design, the people that are really good with strategy and good with interviewing people and talking to people. Those are the things that we tell ourselves that keep us from actually moving forward with what we really want to do, which isn't good. And then also, you may not know what part of the UX process is for you. So obviously, there's UX research, someone who just focuses on, talking to users and really understanding the product or the service, really understands how people are using it, collects data, does a lot of usability testing. You might be more design focused, or you might be more into the strategy. There are a ton of different, UX related roles, and maybe you're just not sure which one is for you. So where can you get this kind of experience? I would definitely recommend a UX course where you can get a really structured way of learning UX so that you're not kind of, going about it in a roundabout way. Or maybe, you know, another thing that I see happen a lot of times is when, you know, people don't know where to go, they end up, you know, maybe reading articles or watching YouTube videos, and nothing really comes of it. They look up and maybe it's 6 months later and they have nothing to show for it. Well, of course, it really helps you get a structured outline and, you know, gives you an end date and things like that, and, you know, what to expect at the end of, you know, X amount of weeks. So that's a really great way. It's a very streamlined process. The other is partnering with other aspiring UX designers. There are a ton of people out there that are in your position, and sometimes just working together with someone else can really give you the boost that you need, and you guys can attack projects together. So, you know, don't always think that you have to go at it alone. You know, if you know someone who's interested, maybe partner up with them. So lastly, I just want to say that if you are an aspiring UX designer, you know, good luck. I hope that, you know, something in here resonated with you. If you would like to stay in touch, please do. You can email me, find me on Twitter or Instagram. And I also have a Facebook group, the UX Career Accelerator group, where we talk about all of this stuff. And there are hundreds of aspiring UX designers in there. There are hundreds of people who have been in UX for a while. And we're all in there to share knowledge and help each other get to the next phase, whatever that is for you. So connect with me. Make sure that you know, drop me, you know, a DM or something letting me know that you saw this talk, and, you know, let me know, you know, what you need help with. Or just come in Twitter, hang out. We like to crack jokes on there. And yeah, you know, stay in touch. Again, thank you very much. Thank you, Juneteenth Conference, and happy Juneteenth, everybody.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us and enjoy the conference.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Gibson, and this talk is titled For Us, Without Us, Addressing Tech's Shortcomings in Creating Equity for Black People. So let's get into this topic. So many people laud technology as the great equalizer, and that's because it bridges gaps between ability and knowledge and allows people to achieve what was previously considered to be impossible. And ultimately, this advent of the digital age has seemingly made education and upward mobility portable and more accessible to people of all backgrounds and abilities. And these benefits are what drew me to pursue a career in tech. So a bit about me. I'm a software engineer who hails from Texas, and I fell in love with technology precisely because I wanted to be able to leverage tech to solve some of society's most pressing issues. And that was the ultimate factor in my decision to pursue computer science for my undergraduate degree. That said, after my first few years in the tech space, it became evident that tech was not solving issues faced by many underrepresented groups, but especially not serving Black people at the same rates as other races. And for that reason, I began to study the intersection of technology and society in my academic research. I specifically focused on the ways that technology as we know it has maintained the prejudicial practices that limit the ways that we as Black people are able to navigate the world. What I found was that rather than living up to its role as a disruptive force, technology is enforcing societal norms, exacerbating separations between individuals of different genders, races, abilities, and socioeconomic statuses. So instead of closing the gap between privilege, it tends to widen them instead. My hope is that by the end of this session, you will be able to clearly see the ways that anti-Blackness is replicated in technology and understand the discrepancies the digital divide has created for the Black community. But we won't end there. We'll also discuss what each of us needs to do in order to push forward for a more equitable future for our people. So it's really my opinion that the treatment of Black people in relation to technology is derivative of the treatment of Black people in society at large. A perpetual underclass, it's no surprise that Black individuals have not benefited from the technical boom at the same rates as their non-Black counterparts. Yet when you try to consider the role that Black people's lack of ascribed humanity plays in their position in the digital world, we're forced to view the issue of technical isolation in a different light. Let's consider the work of scholar Sylvia Winter, who in No Humans Involved discusses the effects of the Los Angeles Police Department using the No Humans Involved or NHI label in cases involving Black youth. This is a conceptual othering of Black individuals and their lives. And she writes that it makes it easier to judicially lynch those who have been made perceivable as less than human. Taking this a step further, being perceived as non-human makes it easier for individuals to justify other forms of violence that Black individuals have been forced to survive since we arrived in 1619. With this in mind, it became clear that the reasons that Black people are continuously exploited, both in the physical and the digital, are the same. It's because there are no serious repercussions for discrimination directed towards the non-human. This idea of being categorized as less than human brings to mind the concept of thingification, or the categorization of bodies as items rather than humans. Martinician scholar Amy Césaire holds that colonization and thingification are synonymous. Thingification involves this destruction of entire societies and their histories solely for the purpose of exploitation and domination. So really, the stripping of humanity that occurs to Black individuals represents a systematic decision to strip us of our personhood. This is why it's important to note the role of the hegemony, or the tendency of groups and powers to work to maintain their dominance, plays in the current state of technology. Traditionally, we see white, cisgender, heterosexual men shaping the ideas and knowledge and intelligence that we value in society. And when you look at the tech spaces, there really is no difference here. And while people will argue that the internet and cyberspace and really just the digital entities represent a place for anyone to be able to be anything, the tech industry has somehow still become synonymous with these same identities of privilege that I listed before. This means that the creators of technical systems are also the same people who hold power in greater society. These individuals have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo because their power is intrinsically linked to doing so. You see the repercussions of this not only in the way that technology is developed, so thinking about the development teams that are assembled, who serves on these teams, the design processes they use, but also in the problems that these professionals choose to elevate in terms of priority and ultimately to solve. At the end of the day, it's in the best interest of forces of hegemony to continue the thingification of Black individuals. If Black people are considered to be things, it's easier to exclude us from the creation process, because at the end of the day, people create technologies to serve the needs and wants of other people, not inanimate objects. Objects exist to be leveraged to accomplish the goals of mankind. But if mankind is overwhelmingly considered to be synonymous with white, heterosexual, cisgender, and male, and that's what we consider to be the definitions of personhood, what then happens to those of us who don't hold these labels? When it comes to really thinking about the creation of technology, right, and thinking about how Black people relate to this process, if you look back at it, you can see throughout history and all the way to the present day, Black people have been excluded. And when they are considered, it's usually as an afterthought. While we have often had technology used upon us, or even been the technology ourselves, we rarely have technology created for us with us in mind. Take, for example, our relationship to film, specifically focusing on photography. Originally, lighting for calibration for photographs was based on lighter white skin. Despite major photography companies selling their products as cutting-edge technology of the highest quality, Black people continue to experience discoloration whenever they had photos taken. It really wasn't until the 1970s that Kodak attempted to address the issue of capturing darker colors. When you look at the motivations behind this decision, it was actually motivated by a desire to photograph dark objects, such as chocolate, mahogany furniture, or horses, not responding to the needs of the Black consumer. This really just goes to show that when systems are not equitable, there's no way to prevent the insidious effects of white supremacy from being reproduced in the technologies that we see. This is further exacerbated by the fact that Black individuals are not provided opportunities to shape product development at the same rates as their non-Black counterparts. In the tech field, you'll see this issue between the lack of people, Black people specifically in the industry, and even less Black people working in technical roles, so shaping and building the products that these companies are releasing. Let's take a look at Google. In 2018, they reported that approximately 2.5% of their total employee pool and 2% of their new hire class identified as Black. Black employees also were reported to have the highest attrition rate of any of the marginalized ethnic identities that were tracked in this report. If we shift our focus to Microsoft, a company which many people consider to be the current vanguard of the responsible tech era, you look at their 2019 diversity and inclusion numbers, you'll see that Black employees only made up 3.3% of technical roles and 7.5% of non-technical roles. By looking at these figures, you can see that the continued isolation of Black people from active creation of technology is playing a major role in our exclusion from benefiting from digital advancements. Because we don't have a say in creating the technology that decides how we navigate the digital world. How can we exert agency in this space? The answer is that we can't. Moving forward, I think it's important that we look at the continued integration of society with technology and how that's resulted in this concept known as the digital divide. And that is a phenomenon that shapes the way that tech is developed, used, and shared. Through the separation of the world into two groups, those who are digitally adept and those who are digitally inept, the latter find themselves too categorized to be as an underclass in society. Black individuals on average tend to have less technical access and skills than their white counterparts, and so the separation created between the two classes is further amplified when race is taken into consideration. The phenomenon of the digital divide is affecting Black people's interactions with technology at all levels. It's not only shaping their ability to use technology daily, but their chance to create it for themselves. Another thing that's important to realize is that a lot of conversations about the digital divide focus on questions of access. So, do people have internet at home? Do they have smartphones? What kind of connectivity do they have? And while access is a huge problem when it comes to discussing the divide, it's not the only factor. I personally argue in favor of an expanded definition that takes into consideration differences not only in access, but also in digital and algorithmic literacy. It's more than just really opening a door and getting technical tools into the hands of marginalized groups. These are what access-centered solutions would have us do. Simply having the tools in your hands, though, does not necessarily mean that you will know how to use those tools or even understand how these systems are functioning. And this is where the idea of literacy comes into play. Digital literacy is defined as a person's ability to perform tasks effectively in a digital environment. And in addition to those tasks, it's their ability to evaluate and apply new knowledge that they've gained from those digital environments. And so when we look at the Black community, the lack of access to tech, in addition to the lack of resources to develop these necessary skills that are critical for digital literacy, those continue to contribute to the technical disempowerment we're seeing affecting the Black community. But we should take it a step further, because many individuals in society, regardless of race, suffer from algorithmic illiteracy. And algorithmic illiteracy is a dangerous position as we continue to rely more and more on programs to govern our lives. When we try to define what algorithmic literacy is, that is known as the knowledge of technical aspects and the ability to critique computer programming codes that underlies these systems. And when you think about that, you realize it's just as important as access and the ability to use the tools. That's because those who understand technology have been able to leverage their knowledge to gain and maintain power. And the ability to understand the workings of a system, as opposed to simply being able to use it or have it used for you, that is what distinguishes creators from others. So if we're truly going to be able to have a conversation about the contemporary state of Blackness and technology, we need to pull the curtain back and analyze the historical context that resulted in the current state of affairs. Too often when we have these conversations about the digital divide, people will view the Black community from a deficit perspective, and that is to say that they will fault Black individuals by citing their perceived shortcomings. So Black people are more likely to be digitally illiterate because we lack the natural skill. We don't know how to code. We don't have access to the internet at the same rates, and we don't have the disposable wealth on average to afford private coding tutors for our kids. And I want to say that people will choose to focus on this deficit rather than really try to acknowledge the societal factors that put us in these situations in the first place. And I really want to be clear on this, because I'm not saying that these questions and these cited obstacles should be ignored, because all the problems I mentioned as quote unquote shortcomings are active issues that we need to work to fix if we're going to move towards a more equitable future. But trying to solve these problems without considering the greater societal forces at play results in fixes that are the metaphorical equivalent of placing a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. So really these questions of who has the access, who has these skills, who has the understanding, this is all influenced by the role of power in society. The hegemonic forces of our society shape the disproportion that fuels the digital divide, and these forces are undoubtedly related to socioeconomic issues. At the end of the day, technology is a tool, and keeping a monopoly on who can use this tool and who can profit from it is the way for those in power to maintain their hold on society. But knowing how the different ways these technologies function, how to use that to your advantage, that is how we can break free. So to wrap all of this up, the most important aspect of algorithmic literacy is understanding the limitations of algorithms and technology in general, and being able to critique them by knowing how they function under the hood. So really, the problem of algorithmic literacy is not something that just we as Black people need as a group, as a community, to navigate tech properly on a daily basis, but it's something that we need entrenched on a societal level to prevent our continued disenfranchisement at the hands of the powers that be, especially when those powers choose to rely on technology they don't fully understand. On that note, I would like to highlight this one case study here, which is Beware software being used in Fresno. So the creators of Beware software leveraged the mounting fear about dangers to police officers' lives, in the wake of the Ferguson and similar protest. Despite these risks being at a historic low, the city still purchased the software because their fears were being leveraged by the creators of Beware. And they chose to use the software to be able to determine the risk to officers when they're in the line of duty. But when the time came for Beware to be more closely examined, it became clear that those who had purchased it and cleared the purchase and were working in law enforcement never understood how this worked. And when they asked the vendors, they withheld all of the information about what was going on to the algorithm, how were the rates of risk calculated, all of this information as trade secrets and proprietary data. And when this became clear to the city council, they had no choice but to vote not to approve the continued use of Beware. So this case is alarming, not only because of the demonstrated importance of algorithmic literacy and knowing how tech works, but it also demonstrates how easily people are willing to rely on objective software without knowing what it actually can and cannot do. Another important example was a study conducted by the Human Rights Data Analysis Group, which surrounded police departments in the Oakland area that were using a specific predictive policing software known as PredPol. And the study exposed that these departments were highly concentrating their resources and time on two predominantly low-income and non-white areas. And this occurred despite documentation that said that drug use was more equally spread across different communities and different backgrounds. And when they looked into this, they found that the reason these police departments were using this was because PredPol's model was reinforcing existing patterns that came from historical police data. And by training off of the arrest reports and other police documentation from the 20th century, where racial biases had not been checked, and higher police interactions in communities of color were occurring, PredPol essentially created a self-fulfilling prophecy that resulted in these communities being viewed as high risk and thus continuing to experience higher drug arrest rates. And this shows really that no matter how impartial we might consider an algorithm to be, if the data on which it is trained is flawed, it will also reflect these biases. So understanding this helps us move our conversations away from focusing on bemoaning seemingly isolated technical failings and instead looking to highlight deeper systemic issues. Because algorithms can reinforce past discriminatory practices, and moving away from that is vital in being able to create a more equitable reality. For this reason, it's really crucial for Blackness to be centered in technical development, because when technologies really fail to work for Black people, it's not only frustrating, but it's representative of a larger issue. In her book, Dark Matters, Dr. Simone Brown presents the idea that a main purpose of several forms of technology is to detect whether or not a person is present. So when technologies fail to recognize Black people, they are effectively saying that Black bodies are not there. And if they are there, that they don't matter. Indifference to the Black experience in technical development is not really a step forward from active discrimination, even though some would have you to think that. It's really just the same discrimination repackaged. And attempting to remove race from the equation erases the potential for equity in evaluation. So there are several steps really that the technology industry can take to move forward from the lack of representation. The first is reframing perspectives of technical creators. When it comes to utilizing classifiers and predictive algorithms, we need to ask the teams creating these softwares to, excuse me, the following questions. How will the increased reliance on predictive analysis continue disenfranchisement of Black individuals? Creators need to account for the fact that relying on historical data does a disservice to our community because it's replicating current social biases in seemingly impartial systems that people will then trust and not check the bias of. We need to consider what it would look like to center Blackness in the development of these types of softwares. What really would an equitable and fair algorithm that is predictive in nature look like? Personally, I think this means the end of really trying to apply algorithms for law enforcement and predictive policing, so moving away from these surveillance-heavy and recidivism prediction instruments, but instead looking to employ these algorithms to generate rehabilitative sentencing and treatment options for previously criminalized behavior. This is extremely timely now because we are having so many conversations about prison and policing abolition. And this is really the time to consider what we have to use technology for in order to reinforce safer and sustainable really programs and initiatives for our communities. Additionally, what we need to do, whatever we do, is ensure that these companies are issuing actually addressing the issues at hand. So pulling from popular culture, which if you know me is something that I love to do, in this One Better Off TED episode titled Racial Sensitivity, the company the characters work at is forced to grapple with the fact that their motion sensors cannot detect darker skin, and thus none of the Black employees can actually navigate the office. When the executives are confronted by the Black employees for discrimination and racism, they reply that it's not really truly targeting Black people, it's just ignoring them, and the worst people can call it is indifferent. And rather than fix the sensors, they opt to give each Black employee their own personal white guy who is tasked with following that individual everywhere and activating sensors on their behalf. And so while this is a humorous take on not taking the concerns of Black consumers seriously, this episode underscores the fact that there are major issues that result from excluding Black people from creation and also refusing to acknowledge their concerns with seriousness, and not really admitting to creating permanent fixes. And ultimately, this brings me to my third point, which is why it's extremely important that we carve a space intentionally for Black individuals in this world of technology creation. It's not enough for there simply to be Black individuals in these companies or a sprinkling of Black engineers or product designers. It's also not enough that ads sometimes feature Black consumers and that sometimes there's support for these coding camps for Black students. Without conscious creation and freedom of expression, these solutions are simply tools by which white supremacy is reinforced. They opt for tokenism or quick fixes, rather than addressing the vast inequality that exists in the digital world. Our society lacks equity, and until we do something about it, so will our technology. So in closing, it's important that we all recognize technology at the end of the day is just a tool, and it can be used for good and to push for equity. But right now, Black people do not control the tools, and we're at an impasse regarding our ability to leverage technology in ways that are progressive, liberating, and most importantly, challenge current systems of domination in society. We need to really think about these questions. For example, if we as a people do not have the same stake in technical creation, how can we ensure our community is able to leverage technology at the same level of our more privileged counterparts? Currently, the answer is that we can't. And since we can't do that, it's no wonder that so many technologies that we see today fail us, because there are not proper checks and balances in place. And there's no way for society to properly prevent biases from permeating into these systems that are created by human beings who are flawed. And as a result, the relationship that Black people have with technology and technical spaces continues to mirror the position we have currently in society. This is why we need funding and support for accessible resources dedicated to both digital and algorithmic literacy education. This is why technical development teams need to be held accountable for failing to consider how Black lived experiences will be affected by their technology. This is why we should take advantage of society's current state and push forward conversations on how we can use technology to create equitable and safer futures for Black people everywhere. This is why it's increasingly important that we ensure the companies are actually addressing the issues at hand, not just releasing statements that support our existence without backing up their words with actions. Most importantly, this is why we need space for Black creators, developers, product managers, and founders. So the biggest question we face moving forward is whether or not digital spaces can serve as a platform for liberation. And I strongly believe the answer is yes. But this will only be accomplished if we remove important barriers to entry faced by all marginalized peoples who are trying to access these spaces. If we want to see technology achieve its goal of being the great equalizer, we need disruption. For disruption to properly occur, hegemony needs to be dismantled. And for hegemony to be properly dismantled, we need to ensure that decisions are made for us, by us. Thank you for listening. I hope that you enjoyed today's talk. Hopefully you were able to take away some great points and this can start some important discussions. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us and enjoy the conference.
Hey everyone, welcome to track 2 of today at Juneteenth Conf. I hope everyone has been enjoying all the sessions we've heard so far. There's been a lot of great information, a lot of wonderful speakers. So, we're just gonna keep the conversation going here in track 2. Next up, we're gonna have Ken Granderson and also Dale Dowie, and they're gonna talk to us about Black Facts and the Wakandan technology platform. So I'm gonna take a step back and I'm gonna let these gentlemen go ahead and take control.
Thank you very much, Cecil. So my name is Ken Granderson, and that's what we're here to talk about. Black Facts and the Wakanda Technology Platform. As you can see, technology by us, for us, about us. And we have a pretty audacious statement here about creating the future of Black history and leveraging technology to uplift the race. You're going to hear a whole lot about how I got into technology and things that I did as a Black software developer. So I'm not going to get too much into my background at this point as far as an introduction, other than to say that ultimately I, am once upon a time was, young Black man, kid from the hood in the neighborhood that was formerly called Do or Die Bed-Stuy. A little different now, but it is what it is. I'm the technology and vision side of the house, and my main objectives are to show you examples of what's possible if you want to get on the idea of creating technology from a Black perspective, and to get you to think outside the box, because I think you'll see things that no one else has been talking about or doing, and ultimately to get you and inspire you to consider taking action, to create something, not just to be a user, but a creator of technology. Dale?
And my name is Dale Dowdy, and I'm more of the business side of blackfacts.com. Ken and I met years ago in college. He was a DJ, actually, and he happened to be a Kappa, and I was a Sigma. Don't ask me how we ended up, wanting to be friends after all that in the Boston area. But I was a hacker in high school, ended up going to BU, started my first company while I was in college, and Ken and I and several of our friends became a part of a cadre of Black technologists back in the 90s. And we've been working on numerous projects together over the years, one of which is a foundation project, which is blackfacts.com. And I'll jump in later on in the presentation and tell you a little bit about what we're doing today.
All righty. So let me share a 2-minute story about something that happened in 1995. At the dawn of the information age.
February is Black History Month, and today Red Sox all-star first baseman Mo Vaughn and the Boston Public Library unveiled a new CD-ROM, one guaranteed to enrich and inspire the lives of all children and adults. News Center 5's Pam Cross reports.
The wooden golf tee was invented by a Black Bostonian. I didn't know that before I worked on the product.
It looks like a computer game, but surprise, this is a history lesson. Boston's Black history, to be specific. The creators, Inner City Software, took this 1992 book, authored by Robert Hayden, and transformed it to CD-ROM.
I call them the MTV generation. And, books aren't really cool. Books aren't that popular. After, playing with the program a little, they might, go down to the library and actually get the book and look at that too.
You can find the program at some Boston Library branches and at a few Shawmut Bank locations. They kicked in the funds. This is the Mo Vaughn Community Youth Center.
It shows other prominent Black figures in this community that aren't athletes, that are just people who go out and do a good job at what they do.
I like that it teaches you a lot of things that I can't find in my history book in school. Like, it showed me a lot of things that I won't find in the history book.
Touchscreens are also in use at the Children's Museum. Vision Computers donated these units, but any school already equipped with computers can share the wealth.
Inner City Software is giving them to any school in the metropolitan Boston area that can run the software. I mean, in any youth center or program.
African American history as close as a keystroke. The facts are the same, but now they're available at the touch of a button. In Dorchester, I'm Pam Cross, News Center 5.
February is...
Okay, so the 350 Years of History program was publicly displayed at the Boston Public Library and the Children's Museum on touch-screen kiosks. It was in the news and demonstrated on local television, even presented it at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in Harlem. But unfortunately, after 2 years of meetings with the school system due to politics and the fact that none of the schools in the Black communities had CD-ROM capable computers, it never got into the school system. And I don't know if you guys noticed our Black Facts Matter t-shirts. This is what some of the kids were wearing. We made these, when we did demonstrations at the schools. And that's what the program looked like, 1995. So now, word of warning. You're about to see a whole lot of images and examples to follow. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to mention them very briefly and move on. If you're interested, everything I'm about to show you is available online. But right now, I just want to give you some food for thought about what being a Black technologist can look like. So the story really starts several years earlier, when I was working as a software tester at a company called Phoenix Technologies and decided to get into programming. I asked the folks at Phoenix if I took coding classes, would they reimburse me? They said, well, you're a software tester and we're more of a hardware company, so they said no. Okay, so I asked them if we could amend my employment agreement so that they would not have any rights on anything I built, and they said yes. Okay, so I purchased 2 books, Programming Windows 3.0 by Charles Petzold and Windows 3, A Developer's Guide, and I taught myself how to code in C and C++. I started putting out programs on the dial-up bulletin board systems that preceded the internet. Just keep in mind, this is 1992. Through what was then called shareware, which today would be close to freemium. Try it, and if you like it, you can buy it. And this is before people were kind of expected to get software for free. So I got on the map with a desktop customization utility for Windows 3.0 called NoDOS that made Windows a little easier to use. When that feature was included in Windows 3.1, I did another one called Group Icon, which ended up in several books in the US and at least one in France. Group Icon got included in this book, Windows Gizmos, which was sold across the country, and it resulted in 2,000 registered users at $20 a piece. My salary then was $43,000, so I quit my job at Phoenix and started doing software full-time under the company name Inner City Software, which was the euphemism for Black software company. And of course, the perfunctory Inner City Software t-shirt, right? The help file for Group Icon was like me, unapologetically Black. And the Windows Gizmos book printed it verbatim, including these thank yous for the inspiration shout outs to not only Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, but to Elijah Muhammad and Minister Farrakhan, who at the time was filling stadiums across the country with unapologetically Black messages of Black self-love, self-sufficiency, and empowerment that led to the Million Man March of 1995. As I left Phoenix on very good terms, and they had started getting into the consumer software market, when they realized what I knew how to do now, they actually hired me back as a consultant at twice the rate that I was getting paid as an employee, and I helped them work on this product, Phoenix Facts. And I'm going to show you a picture that's from the inside cover. In Phoenix Facts, I created a little Easter egg, which, yeah, you can't really see it that well. Maybe you can see it, where in the address book, that's my mom's name, Eileen Granderson, and she's working for, wait for it, Malcolm Exporting. So I was making sure that, was leaving breadcrumbs, if nothing else. I realized that this brave new world of technology had no old boy network to get in my way. Neither did it require access to capital to pay for licenses, buildings, and staff in order to get products out there. So I established Inner City Software with the goal of broadcasting both inside and outside the Black community that the computer age represented the closest thing ever to a level playing field, and that there were smart Black folks who would be part of this new economy. And the image on the right is actually circa 1997, showing some of the trainings we were doing for local nonprofits and National Society of Black Engineers. Inner City Software became the tech company in Boston's communities of color. And we put dozens of local organizations and businesses online, from Black businesses like the New England Black Pages and the Black newspaper Bay State Banner, to allied organizations like the Boston Foundation, Northeastern University School of Education, and the Nellie Mae Education Foundation. We also did the websites for Black organizations in other areas like Baltimore's East Harbor CDC and the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation in DC. I also did technology awareness presentations in Connecticut, New York, and as far as Florida for Blacks in Government, Association of Real Estate Brokers, and the Broward Alliance, and mentioned before, National Society of Black Engineers. In the quasi-public and private sector, did websites and other tech work for a bunch of community economic development organizations and the venture capital firm Bessemer Venture Partners, but for some reason was never able to secure external financing from any of them. By 1996, the internet was starting to expand outside the realm of the world of nerds, and I realized that the internet was going to be another game changer, and not just for techies this time, but for everyone. So the obvious thing to do was gather up all the Black tech folks I knew to help me put together websites for Boston's communities of color under the name Inner City Access. We gathered the information, we recruited some young folks to create some graphics, we built the HTML pages, and we hosted it on the high speed, for the time at least, internet connection of a local Black networking company, and we launched Inner City Access for Black History Month 1996. And yes, that picture there is a 9-year-old boy who did part of the presentation of Inner City Access, and you'll get to see him in this second of 2 videos that I want to share with you. Keep in mind, again, this is 96.
Some of Boston's minority neighborhoods are going online for the first time through a new website called Inner City Access. It's part of an effort to make sure the minority community isn't overlooked by the information age. New England Cable News reporter Audrey Leganis has the story.
Far above the city streets, Boston's minority communities are clicking with the sounds of computer keyboards. It's part of an outreach project to get Boston's Black neighborhoods online.
Job requirements are getting higher and higher. Computer literacy is becoming a requirement in areas and industries where it was not before. And if anyone wants to make sure that they are going to save themselves from being part of a permanent underclass, you've got to get, your feet wet in there.
Ken Granderson is an MIT graduate and the owner of a computer software company. He and a group of supporters have created Inner City Access, a new website for Mattapan, Roxbury, and Dorchester.
We think that it's really, really important, especially for people of color who have gotten into the mindset of thinking that, we can't do because, we're locked out. We're not locked out of this. It's open. The chance for communities all over America and all over the world who feel that they've been underrepresented to suddenly say, hey, listen, there's something out there that's pertinent to us.
The organizers of Inner City Access point out that the internet is perhaps the most colorblind form of communication in the world today. It doesn't matter when you're online what your racial or ethnic background is. What's important is your product, what you have to say, and the fact that you're connected.
The founders of Inner City Access say it's uncertainty, not a lack of money, that keeps members of the minority community from learning about the internet.
The knee-jerk reaction is for people to think that it's money. It's not money. There are many, many people in the minority community who have the equivalent, the financial equivalent of computers sitting in their living rooms in the form of televisions, VCRs, stereos. The problem is computer technology has not presented itself as being important as what's on the TV.
And I can click out the door.
Granderson says it's especially important to get young people online. People like 9-year-old Ian Harris, who likes his computer better than his TV.
I think kids can learn from computers. Usually if you can learn from computers, I think that would be a good thing because you can discover stuff out there in the world like you never seen before.
The founders of Inner City Access say they'll continue to reach out to young people like Ian and to the rest of the minority community to make sure they don't get bypassed by the information superhighway. In Boston, Audrey Laganis, New England Cable News.
So, to do the HTML for the Inner City Access project, I wanted to use this awesome HTML editor by Vermeer Technologies called Front Page. Front Page was so good that Microsoft went and bought the entire company when I was about to purchase Front Page, which was a good thing because Vermeer was selling it for $500, but when Microsoft learned what I was using it for, they let me get it for half price. After the acquisition, I was helping so many people with Front Page in the Microsoft developer forums that they made me a Microsoft Most Valued Professional. There's no way to tell for sure, but I've always guessed I was probably the first Black MVP. Being an MVP gave me access to all of Microsoft's tools, including their SQL Server database. So I taught myself how to do database programming now and launched Black Facts Online for Black History Month 1997, with the goal of helping the Black online community see that they were fully included in this brand new internet thing. And this is going to be 1997 Black Facts buttons, similar to, these are our new ones, our Black Facts Matter buttons. So besides being in the internet's first Black history encyclopedia, Black Facts was a pioneer in implementing APIs, because if you can look at the bottom left of the Inner City Access screen, you can see it referring to Black Facts. So we actually let you look at Black Facts from Inner City Access. Somewhere around 97 to 99, I worked with Boston's Empowerment Zone and built a business directory to put all the Boston Empowerment Zone businesses online, as well as a site that ran the Empowerment Zone itself. This is a favorite project of Vice President Al Gore, so when he came to town to meet with the Empowerment Zone folks, he got to present the sites to him and he shook my hand. Seemed like a nice guy. By 2000, I had a small staff and I taught them to do database web programming so we could put our neighborhood of Roxbury online at roxbury.com with local news, events, business listings, subject matter expert articles, and community discussions. It so happened at the same time that Gail Snowden, a local Black banking executive, decided to do a community technology education and access project in Roxbury. Roxbury.com became the perfect answer to making sure that graduates of their Community Link program had someplace relevant to go once they learned about computers and got a free computer. So I negotiated a one-year license with the bank to use Roxbury.com for $150,000. For local news, I built a custom content management site for the Black newspaper in Boston, the Bay State Banner, and I did that for them for free in exchange for letting me pull the content that they posted as news to populate the news section for Roxbury.com. And there is a cable news story on YouTube about it, but it's 6 minutes long and the audio is horrible. So I'm just going to show you a few screens from Roxbury.com. There's also 2 presentations on Roxbury.com at my personal site, KenGranderson.com. So these are some screens, and keep in mind, this is 2002. And what you're going to see here is 100% conceived, created by myself, coded by myself, and my crew of Black software developers. Jose Cabrera out in LA, we use him for a lot of our design work. He did the designs. No third-party frameworks or platforms because we build frameworks and platforms for ourselves and others to use, which is why when I see folks get all hyped up about things like Black Twitter, I look at it a little sideways because I don't understand why people don't realize there's no reason you can't build your own Twitter. But anyway, lightning round coming up because I want to get to the demos and stuff with Dale. Roxbury.com homepage, local news, local events, event details posted by a local organization from one of the weekly Thursday night meetings we did for training sessions. This is 4 years before Eventbrite was launched. Local business listings, 2002, 2 years before Yelp was launched. Business details, anyone who's in Boston, and likes soul food would remember Bob the Chefs. community experts, which today they would call blogs, and online community discussions. 2 years before Facebook started, community discussions were driven by the 6,000 member strong email listserv I ran called Boston Blacks Online. I've been running that since 1996 after the shutdown of the Afro-American culture forums that I managed on CompuServe. Some of that is described in this 2019 book, Black Software, the Internet and Racial Justice from the AfroNet to Black Lives Matter, which is written by Professor Charlton McIlwain at NYU, and that's available actually hardcover, and I just got the audiobook too. So the summary on Roxbury.com. This is one of our urban communities online 18 years ago. We did this soup to nuts. We didn't ask anybody for permission. We did not need anyone to approve it. We decided to do it, and we did it, period. This next slide is intentionally left blank. But I stated earlier in 2002, we licensed the platform built for Roxbury.com for $150,000. However, the emergence of free content management system platforms like WordPress essentially destroyed the custom CMS market opportunity, and globalization cut developer billing rates by 50%. So after 12 years, I sadly shut down Inner City Software in 2004. But the good news is that my former developers moved on to, out of the three of them, one became a career software developer for a mainstream company. Another became a tech consultant out of the UK who helped the Caribbean nation of St. Lucia establish their policies around electronic information. And the third is a developer now of a leading point of sale product for the cannabis industry in Oregon. Speaking of St. Lucia, so after Inner City Software, I had stepped back from doing my own projects for a while and did everything from working on a smoking cessation online community, working for Hewlett Packard, and I built several sites, a social networking site, a custom text messaging platform, and enhanced online recommendation engine for a longtime friend, who also happens to be Black, who's launched and purchased several tech ventures. I also worked with Dale on several projects, including a web-based scheduling and shop management system for barbershops and beauty salons, a web-based project management system for a major insurance company, and a scholarship management system for an organization that did scholarships for the beauty industry. Around 2013, one of my former employees, who is St. Lucian, was consulting for the government when the need came up for them to have a good website. So she, and that's right, she was one of my developers in the 90s, connected me to the government, and I architected, built, and stood up the official website for the government of St. Lucia, which is a custom content management system that their various ministries use to publish news, documents, directories, contract announcements, and so on. Basically, towards the end of every year, Dale and I would start thinking about next Black History Month and what we would do with Black Facts, which had been running continuously, but basically unsupervised. And in 2017, we decided to, quote, reboot Black Facts with a new look, a new platform providing new functionality and new goals, far more audacious than simply making sure that Black folks saw themselves reflected on the internet. So today's Black Facts has the big, hairy, audacious goal of nothing less than changing the way that Black history and culture are cataloged and preserved for the future by doing the following: collecting our stories and news digitally, organizing our stories using artificial intelligence, publishing our stories to any device, and then saving our stories forever for future generations. When I say collecting our stories digitally, our platform can pull content from a variety of sources. Like the bottom says, just get it to an electronic device, we can take it from there. With AI, we are application and platform developers, not AI experts. So we leverage existing AI engines to build connections between content items, and our platform is flexible enough to consume data from any AI engine that provides an API. And when I talk about publishing stories to any device, once it's in our system, we can deliver it. We are delivering it, excuse me, because I'm a stickler about, I'm not talk, I have receipts. Everything I talk about, we can demonstrate because we get it done. And we are delivering it through a variety of channels, including the Black Facts website, mobile devices, widgets on third-party websites like this. This is a third-party radio station, and via email, like our daily mailing we call the Black Facts of the Day. Final point, saving our story for future generations. We view our platform as a game changer because while in the past, much of our history has been lost because libraries burn, all griots die, and history books are generally written by the colonizers. However, we own all of our intellectual property and are committed to making it available to the academics, the journalists, and other storytellers who are the ones who are capturing Black history as it unfolds, but they just don't know how to leverage technology like we do. And so we're uniquely positioned to, quote, create the future of Black history with our platform by simply doing what we are already doing, just at a larger scale. And we're doing it without asking anyone because we are in control this time. And with that, I'm going to hand the mic over to my good friend and partner in various ventures for 20-something years, Dale Dowdy.
So, as Ken has talked about, blackfacts.com has had a 23-year evolution and it's continuing. In 1997, we were simply a text-based website delivering content, and I believe we actually sent out text messages through an SMS service of giving people a fact of the day, where you would receive a text kind of inspirational saying, today in Black history, this thing occurred. Well, from 2000 to 2017, we rose from obscurity organically to becoming #1 on all 3 search engines. There's actually an Amazon skill right now that you can add to Alexa, that when you say, hey, Alexa, what's going on today? It will tell you the weather, the news, and what's happening in Black history. And this is a free skill that if you have Alexa, you can actually access this directly. By growing organically, somehow we went from nothing to now we have over 50,000 facts. We have a social media reach of almost 500 million. We have 500,000 email lists. And we're introducing this week, as part of our Juneteenth effort, the Wakanda News, which is our Black news syndicate. And we've been promoting a sneak peek of that for the past 5 days. And that sneak peek has already had 1.82 million impressions and an engagement level of over 80,000. So we know that the platform that we have built and have developed organically can actually get out to reach the target audience around the globe. So what is our strategic plan? Well, for the past few years, we've just been kind of fumbling around and pulling things together, but we do have a plan going forward the next 3 years, where we're looking to first increase our content and tracking of demographics in terms of what people are doing on the website. Outreach and membership services, we're just introducing membership because remember, for almost 20 years, Black Facts was just a free site that we didn't ask you to do anything. You came to the site and you found out about Black history. You could search and explore it, but that was all. We've never tried to gather information or present you with information. We have begun working with a number of schools, and we have some pilot programs with NYU and some HBCUs, and some of that I'll be showing later on. And our big goal is to actually leverage the technology that we've built to make that available to the Black community. So, what is the Black Facts operating model? Well, we get content from various sources, whether they are digital griots who are basically storytellers that are bloggers, or we're pulling content from different sites. We then actually aggregate and cross-reference all that content. We get information from sponsors that want to say, hey, this Black History moment was brought to you by, and they get tagged with particular facts. And then we deliver the content on various platforms. We even have widgets that can be pushed out onto your website so you can plug it into your website. And we have real live websites today, radio stations and others, that get the Black History fact of the day by plugging in a simple line of JavaScript into their website. And now they get every single day new Black History facts. And we'll be expanding that with Black News shortly. As I mentioned, for Juneteenth, we actually wanted to roll out what we're calling Wakanda News. We basically began gathering news from over 150 sources around the globe, sources that are both US and the continental Africa and throughout the Caribbean. We expect to add more content sources over time, but we feel like we've pulled together enough sources that we could make it available because, as we know, fake news seems to be a popular term. We wanted to present Black news, news that was important to people of color. That doesn't mean that it's just news about people of color, but it's news that our audience and our demographic would be interested in. And we allow our members to eventually not only to come to the site and check out the latest news, but you'll be able to subscribe to news of your preference and have that delivered to you on whatever platform works for you. And I'll be demoing that a little bit later on as well. As part of what we've been doing, not just now, but for the entire time that we've been working together and all the time that I've known Ken, is we really wanted to empower our community. And as you've seen in some of those early videos, we were trying to get technology as a tool accessible to, people of color from 1997 until today. And what we've been doing is we've not only been building these platforms for ourselves, but we're trying to figure out how do we make them available so that others can consume them, because all too often we get caught up in using someone else's tech, someone else's solution. And that doesn't mean that we necessarily have to have everything hosted, finding a Black company to host a cloud solution. But that does mean that we can own our own intellectual property and make that available. And the Wakanda Technology Initiative is specifically focused on the idea of what the Wakandans did, which was they empowered their own people through the use of superior technology. We believe that we have that superior technology. We've been showcasing it throughout this presentation and through the many contracts and relationships we've had over the years. And now we're trying to figure out and leverage that technology to help our own people to be able to embrace it and utilize it for their own businesses and other solutions. So what is the Wakanda Technology Initiative and how does it work? Well, basically, if you have an existing website, you'll be able to plug in different widgets and tools, whether it's appointment booking or displaying different contents, much in the same way that you can, right now go on WordPress and get a particular template. Well, we're offering different sets of tools that will be available for you to plug into your own website or to stand up your website on our platform. We intend to offer it as a freemium subscription, so it's basically free for the basic service, and then you can add solutions over time. The key is that this is our technology, and the businesses that you'll be sharing news and content and displaying ads for will be businesses in urban communities around the globe. We're going to be focusing on rolling something out as a pilot program to a number of schools, and we're doing a pilot right now with NYU, and we'll show you a little bit about what we're doing. But our real goal is to empower our people with technology tools that can be available at a price that makes sense for them. Because many small businesses either don't know how to leverage technology in a way that makes sense for them, or they realize, hey, I can't afford it, or they have their cousin TT who throws together something and then forgets all about it because they don't really have skills and that's not their specialty. We have developed the solutions and packaged them in a way that it can be readily delivered, and we're hoping in the next few years to begin rolling that out across the country. The big picture is this. We have blackfacts.com, which is already #1 in all the search engines. And if you know anything about the internet, the internet is like an ocean. Your web page can be a drop of water, or it can be an island, or it can be a continent. In our case, Black Facts is not really a continent, but let's call us a coral reef. We're definitely a way station for people who are looking to get some fun in the sun and are related to people of color. They know to come to Black Facts, and if they search for it, they will find our site. We expect that with the Wakanda news that we're going to be rolling out and the Black Facts News Syndicate, that we are going to be #1 in Black news by the end of this year. We have really put a lot of work into this, and we're excited about making this available to the general public. But what we've found is that it's about awareness. Our audience, for the most part, has been mostly students and educators. Students, because during Black History Month, they've got to do a Black History project. And when they search for Black history, they find us. Educators, because they want to actually share Black history with their students. And now parents, Black parents are coming to the site and saying, hey, we want to make, Black history relevant. And now with all the protests and things that are going on, that makes us even more relevant. The fact that our history is being lost, but we are in the process of trying to make sure we can preserve that forever, online, digitally. So what are the things that we've been doing with the Wakanda Technology Initiative that are actual real projects, and some of these I'm going to be demoing, and I'll be flipping off the presentation in just a moment. We've set up a pilot program for a marketplace where we're selling Black products from particular vendors, and we expect to call that Wakanda Marketplace and expand that in the coming months as we offer products and services from Black businesses around the globe. We have already been working with New York University and their faculty resource network, which is actually a conglomerate of small colleges and universities, many of them being HBCUs, that leverage the I guess, financial and reach of NYU to be able to give services and training to their faculty that they never had before. And their site is actually sitting on Black Facts and live today. We're in the process of putting up sites for all of the Divine Nine, so all the Black Greeks, so that we can actually showcase our Black Greeks and what they've done, and their influence on history. That will be available on Black Facts by the end of the year. And of course, you know, we've already been working with HBCUs, some of them that are part of the program that we have with NYU, and some of them are just HBCUs that we're reaching out to directly saying, hey, listen, you are also a part of Black history. And as a part of our goal of preserving our history and culture, we want to make sure we preserve what you have done and what you have contributed to history. And so we're making sure we put some of them online with dedicated pages specifically for those HBCUs. Our library of Black Facts has over 50,000 articles and growing, and we know that that includes many distinguished graduates from HBCUs. But we're putting pages dedicated to those HBCUs because we know they're going to be suffering, especially due to coronavirus, and we want to make sure they get as much visibility and celebration of what they have done and how they've contributed to history as possible. And the reality is, our work with education has taught us one thing. School sites are usually only visited by people going to those schools. So if you are a student, you might go to the school website. But if you're in the general public, you're not really finding out what the school has done, what its place in history is, who the distinguished graduates were of those schools. But if you come to Black Facts, you can find out all of that. And that's what we're trying to do on our platform. Now, let me take 1 second and shut this down so that I can actually show you some real live demos of the products that we have in place. Is my screen up?
Yep.
All right. So this is blackfacts.com. Basically, every day that you come to Black Facts, you will see a series of showcase facts of the day, and then you'll see, you know, different facts. We have like little widgets that give you that you can take a spin about a particular topic, and it will kind of take you through different things around that topic, and you are able to click on any one of those and find out the specific information about that person based upon whatever the topic is. The site is completely searchable, and it's available and free for anyone to actually go on the site and explore. And we encourage everyone that is participating in this event to take a look and see what you can find out. It's amazing how much you can learn. What we do know is that Black Facts is one of the most sticky sites on the internet. And what stickiness means is that when people come to the site, they actually explore the site. According to Google's own statistics, people that actually go searching for a site on the internet stay on that site about 30 seconds. If they go to a site that they already know, the average stay on that site around 90 seconds. On Black Facts, our visitors stay on the site 4 minutes and 20 seconds. That means that Black history is something that people care about, that it connects to them, that all the content that we have, they want to explore, and they get a chance to learn something new every time they come to the site, because every day we bring new content. This is a sample of the Wakanda Marketplace, some of the products. We actually have been working with Black Sands. They created a Black comic book series. We're really excited about that. We did a promotion for them. It reached 2.5 million people in only like 3 weeks of promotion, because they were captivated by the fact that there's actually anime that are created by people of color. And we know that there are others that do this as well, and we hope to incorporate them over time. This is our Wakanda news site. We've just released that as part of our Juneteenth offering. If you go to blackfacts.com/news, you're able to go to this page. It brings up news from all of our different news sources that are cross-referenced and indexed through our AI platform, but it allows you to also specifically go to news in the USA or Africa or Caribbean, depending upon what your preference is. And that's based upon the fact that our audience is really focused on these particular areas, and we expect to add content over time on any one of these different areas. And our news engines actually pull in content continuously. And so you'll see every time you come to the site, there'll be new news, new topics of discussion for you to review. But we also try to indicate the flag of the country flag for where the news is coming from, where the sources of the particular content. It is searchable. So if you do a search for something like Juneteenth, you'll actually pull up all the news that we have in our archives that are related to Juneteenth. We have a little animation of historical figures that's part of our cycling and waiting process as it loads. Here's the results for the Juneteenth search. It talks about activities that are happening today, but also have happened in the past. And we're really excited about the fact that we're able to make this available to all of our customers. We did a promotion for this particular service, and it has just been amazing, the amount of response. Some of it actually not that good, because people are like, hey, wait a minute, Black news? Well, what about Latino news or Asian? And we're like, well, we're Black. So, and we're not apologizing about being Black. This is why we're called Black Facts. So it's been interesting to see how people have been responding. This is our dashboard, which is our administrative dashboard. I'm just giving you a clue in. We have a number of tools that allow us to manage the complexity of the system and show the activity that's happening. And we can filter activity by day, by week, by month. One of the interesting things that we're always aware of is how many fact views, this particular purple item. So far this month, we've had over 117,000 fact views. We typically can reach millions of fact views per month, depending upon what happens. And during Black History Month, everything explodes. Now, I mentioned some things that we were working on that I wanted to showcase for you. We're working on a showcase site specifically for Harvard University, because Harvard has a project that is talking about Harvard University and their impact with slavery and Black culture. And so we're actually doing a special project for them. They've been one of our clients in the past, and we're going to be showcasing with Harvard University the diversity of their faculty and staff. And that's something that we plan to roll out sometime in August, but we're pulling that together right now. We have begun modeling sites that we want to do for Black Greeks. I happen to be a Sigma, so of course I'm showcasing the Sigma site, but we're going to have sites for all of the Divine Nine. We have the AKA site. We want to showcase the history, the contributions, what they stand for, what they've done in the past, and what they're doing now. And all of this is going to be driven by our AI engine pulling content that is relevant about this particular topic and making it visible and showcased on this site, so when people come to Black Facts and search for something about any one of the Divine Nine, they're able to pull up real content that is happening right now that they're involved with, and allow them to be redirected to find out more and participate in those programs if they would like to. This is Delta Sigma Theta. We also have, in homage to Ken, we do have the Kappas. So again, we're really excited about what we've been able to do and the things that we're working on, but it's not just about the fact that we're building technology that is showcasing Black culture and Black achievement. We're working on something that is really special. This Swagger site is actually part of our toolkit, and we're putting together a toolkit for all those people that went to Code Camp and they learned how to use everything, from Ionic to React or whatever tool set they went to camp and learned about. They know that all these camps, talk about using different APIs. So we have an entire library of all of our quote unquote, our Black Facts and Wakanda APIs that will allow anyone who is a developer to be able to pull Black content and make that a part of their platform, whether it's a mobile platform, web platform, whatever you're developing. If you're going to Code Camp and you want to showcase Black history, we are going to be releasing all of these APIs so that you can find out and pull sample code. This is the API for our fact of the day. So you're able to pull in the fact of the day and display that on your particular site. All of this is stuff that we're going to make available to those people that are in our community, because we're not only wanting to showcase what we have done, we want to use our technology so that others in our community can actually build and grow on their own solutions, their games, their websites, their models, their news sites, whatever it is you're building. If you want to be able to pull content that is relevant, you want to show news on your website, you don't have to go and pay anyone for a news subscription. You can come to us because we're pulling the news that's relevant to your people, and you're able to showcase that using the API platforms that we've put together so far. I have a couple others that I'm quickly going to go through. This is like Cristo Rey High School, which is one of the high schools that we're partnering with, because we're basically, as I say, the educational platform is one of our real, winners here, because so many schools are no longer teaching Black history, and we're finding more and more schools that are in urban communities want to showcase what they're doing. We're working with the Herman Schreider elementary school. It's the elementary school in New York.
79 in Canarsie.
Yeah, it's in Brooklyn. So we're working with them. We're going to be putting them on Black Facts and putting them online as well. Their principal is really excited about this project, and this is something that that we think is just part of giving back to our community, but also giving them something relevant that they can use on a day-to-day basis. This is Morehouse, Tuskegee, Howard, all the HBCUs. We're in the process of putting them online. The last thing that I want to quickly go through is this is the Faculty Resource Network site that NYU has. They have a number of members, like Xavier University is one of the HBCUs, NYU. All of their member universities are showcased on here, all the different programs that they've been involved with. This is actual technology that's built on the Wakanda Technology Initiative. Everything that we've done here. When you choose to go to, like Wagner College, and you want to see what their institution is about, all the content that they've provided us for Wagner College actually becomes available and is fed. It's data driven. Everything about Black Facts, our site is not static. The reason why we became #1 in all the search engines is because every time you go to the website, I don't mean that every time you go for a particular day. I mean every single session that you go to on Black Facts shows you new information. And because of that, it's new and relevant information. That means our site is constantly updated because it's entirely data driven. This is the type of functionality and capability that we're offering now to Wagner, to the other HBCUs that are part of the Faculty Resource Network, and they are really excited about this. We have a number of other platforms we're building out for them. The last one is, I think this one is the community portal. NYU and a number of these other HBCUs are looking to get tenured Black professors. There's always hey, I couldn't find anyone of color who was qualified for a particular job. So NYU has a specific program called Faculty First Look that takes graduate and postgraduate students and educates them on the steps they need to take, and it actually pays for them to come to NYU and go through this curriculum, so it doesn't cost them anything, so they can learn how to become tenured at universities around the country and around the globe. And we're putting this community site online, again, using our Wakanda Technology Initiative technologies. And I think we're now in the last 10 minutes, so we're in the questions and answer session.
Oh, can we just do the last slide then? Put the last slide up, or go to my screen, or yeah.
Yes. Anyone that's participating in this particular event or on this stream of today's event, if you send an email to Juneteenth@blackfacts.com, you will end up getting a free gold level membership of Black Facts, which gives you much more access than our normal free membership. Our gold level membership is usually 2 Tubmans, $40 per year, but we'll be giving that away for free for anyone who sends an email to Juneteenth@blackfacts.com. And we also have some we have a relationship because we are rolling out some adult learning skills, because with this whole coronavirus, we know that people are out of work. And as people try to go back to work, maybe their career path is not the one that's going to work for them. Maybe they can't go back and get a job at a restaurant. So we have a library of over 7,000 online classes that have full curriculums that can take you through everything from learning how to do Agile to PMP certification to programming on different languages and platforms. Basically, how do you refresh your skills before you get back in the job market? We think that's very important to our people of color because many of us are the ones that are suffering, not having jobs. And so that's a platform that we're going to be working on. And anyone that sends an email to Juneteenth@blackfacts.com will get a free sample where they can go through some free courses on that platform. But that's something we'll be rolling out later this summer as well. Thank you very much. I know you've had a long day. This conference has been fantastic.
And you know what? I have one closing thought. Before we do questions, is that inclusion is such a buzzword these days. Inclusion, if you think about it though, is only needed if you have not created your own. The only thing I ever asked from a mainstream tech company was for my former employer to not stand in my way while I did my thing. So while you're supporting initiatives to push for more diversity and inclusion in technology, also remember that the only thing stopping you from creating your own technology is not doing it. And that's it.
Great. Well, hey, thank you to both for that very thought-provoking and really interesting history lesson too into some really cool technology. You know, my family's from the Caribbean. I was born and raised in the Caribbean. So, you know, when you started to talk about St. Lucia and, you know, some
Big
of
up to Jamaica.
Barbados and Trinidad over here. Yeah.
Okay. I love it, man. I love it. Again, like I have a personal passion for Caribbean people and always love to see Caribbean people in technology and, you know, just being able to help push the culture forward with some of those types of things. Just looking in the chat really quickly at some of the questions and comments folks are making. First of all, I know you all can't see the chat, or maybe you can, but folks are really excited about this API. Like you said API, and they're just like, yes, API. Like I really want to be a part of that. So, you know, folks are definitely into that and want to be a part of what you're doing there. I know we had a couple folks wondering what's little Ian doing right now. I don't know if you could talk about that.
Little Ian, I need to talk to check in with his mom because I think little Ian just became a daddy.
Oh,
he invited me to his baby shower that was scheduled for April 5th, but Corona canceled everything because I'm in Boston. I'm in Brooklyn now. But yeah.
That's very cool. And then you also mentioned earlier about some pilot programs that you're working on with schools and things of that nature, and also some other things that you're doing. Are you all accepting volunteers, or is there any way that, you know, the folks that are watching now could be a part of some of the work that you're doing, or even help with volunteer work or anything like that?
Yes, if you go to the website wakandacodecamp.com, that's like a one-page data entry form that I'll take a look at, where we've listed is a variety of different possibilities from, you know, everything from, you know, front-end API kind of stuff to we really need a whole lot of help on the whole data science and data analytics side, because we use AI, but we have some quality issues with it. Even folks who want to do digital marketing, like we have this the OpenX ad server that we've been sitting and waiting for someone to find, you know, to get into that. On the research side, you know, researching some of the notable folks from different organizations, schools, etc. You know, so there's a whole lot. Dale can probably speak to.
Yeah, so, you know, we have one of the challenges of taking on volunteers is actually taking the time to be able to say, hey, what do we need from each of you?
Right.
Because we have quite a few initiatives that we're in the process of working with. And, you know, one of the things that we've dealt with is there are a lot of people that get excited, but then they have to deal with their real life jobs, right? So we end up getting people that are engaged for a week or a day or so, but then, you know, life comes first. I've got my bills to pay. I've got to deal with X, Y, and Z. So we are eager for people that want to participate. We really would love to get some people that want to be historians, people that want to help validate some of the content, because we pull in content from what we believe are trusted sources, and we are allowing, if you're a member of Black Facts, you can help create Black history. We have a whole family legacy thing where you can actually start putting in your family legacy and create a page just for your family's history, because we've been in touch with 23andMe and a couple of other sites that collect, demographic data from people of color. And they're like, you are the platform where people would go to, so can we connect with you? And we realized that all people of color, there was a survey that found that 89% of all people of color actually arrived in a port in South Carolina, because that was the biggest slave port. So when they start tracing genealogy, we all go back to there because that was the biggest slave port, in America. And so, the idea of having people that can help us to review content that is submitted by the general public, obviously people that we can trust as well, because we don't want people spoofing or putting in inappropriate content, is something that we would love to have people get involved with. You can sign up for things at wakandacodecamp.com. If you go on the website, there is a feedback page where you can, just in the subject talk about, hey, I'd like to participate. We are getting inundated with a lot of feedback about our new stuff, and we're kind of heads down. We're tech guys, okay? So we want people that can help us with marketing, growth, and outreach, because our strength is the technology side of things. And so we're more than willing to engage you. If you're interested and excited, come on board.
Great. So we got just about 1 minute left.
Yep.
And I know there's tons more questions, and we're not going to have enough time to get to them all. But I'm guessing if folks want to reach out to either of you, they can definitely use this email address that we're showing right now on the screen, Juneteenth@blackfacts.com. And if folks are interested in volunteering, I saw some folks asking about development questions. People want to know how they could test drive the API before it's out. Like, there's tons of questions that are in here. So, before everyone leaves, make sure you take a picture of the screen. Make sure you get this email address, so you can reach out to both Ken and also Dale and ask them whatever questions you have. But with that being said, I just want to thank you both again. Like, this was very thought-provoking.
You have no idea how the joy that I'm feeling from having this conversation.
Right, for sure. And, we're definitely going to have a conversation a little bit after this, right? So, maybe we'll catch up on social media or whatever the case is and keep some of this stuff going. But again, thank you.
Juneteenth was important. We just found out, right?
Right, exactly. Surprise! Surprise! Hey, thank you for everyone that's in the chat, that's sending us messages. There's a lot of, clapping and hearts and a lot of love coming out for the two of you. So again, appreciate y'all, appreciate everyone that's watching. And then this recording will be available later. So if you haven't, didn't get to watch the whole thing, or maybe you want to share this with your friends or your colleagues or whatever the case is, make sure you check back to the YouTube channel. That'll be shared with probably a little bit later today. And everyone will be able to, rewatch some of this content that we've been sharing with everyone. So thank you all so much. I hope people enjoyed everything you've seen so far. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to switch over to the closing keynote. And, I hope you all enjoy your weekends, and, I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you for putting this together. This has been fantastic. Thank you very much.
Bye, everybody.